Welcome to another session of Viewer Levels. As we wait to the first submissions that are going to come in and populate the queue, we're going to do a quick warm-up with a level I missed from back in January by Cupcake, who is a bit of a music level specialist. This is going to be something with a music and puzzle solving tag, so we'll see what that's all about. This is Nier's Puzzle. It's not whether it's feasible or not, it's what I'm doing. Well, let's see what we're doing. Now, hopefully I can hear what is going on. Oh, we still have Luigi from previous stream. Anyway, just go ahead and head on down. And load in something. See what this track is going to be. And hey, Spastic Eli, welcome. Okay, it looks like it is going to be a music level combined with something that looks like a one screen. Looks like it's going to be collecting all three of the key coins to get through the door on the left, and also having some ability to get through that block, either through a P-switch activation or with a mushroom. Eli and Jungle Mutt, thank you for the submissions, and Melon Rind or Gilmore, whichever you prefer, welcome. Okay, so we're able to go through left to right this way. We have access to two different springs as well as the bomb. I believe up throw, or rather POW plus spring might be able to give me access to the bomb on the right side. Also, something is activated up top, and I don't know what that is. Two POW activations will give me access to the coins, and we still don't know how to deal with this guy to the left. So, let's see. Oh, looks like there is, of course, plenty of stuff up top that will allow the camera to continue scrolling. Yeah, let's just pop this up. Okay, so that's going to be one activation. We can probably do two. Or rather, probably just drop one trampoline on top of the other one. Except that's not going to solve the fire issue that we're dealing with. Probably I need to drop the second one in this location here, and then you pop everything up. There we go. That's going to blow it all open, and then the first POW is going to give me... I do have to hit this directly. It is going to give me access to the Muncher here, which will allow me to use the seesaw to grab the other POW. Once again, still don't know what I will do with the turn block on the left. Mang, welcome. So thank you, Gilmore, for the submission of Bowser's Bone Shell Bunker, and Mang for the submission of Something by Mang. Let's just pop this up, and oh, here's the mushroom. Okay, that solves that problem. Weighing down a seesaw like this is probably not the right idea. We do need the spring eventually to come up to the left side in order to get me over. So let's probably just... I think we can actually pop this up and pop the other trampoline in a location that will be accessible. That's great. And that will solve a lot of issues here. Amuga, welcome. Okay, so let's just pop this first of all, just to make sure we have all that dealt with. Next thing we'll do is we'll drop this spring on this side, which, once I release the other one, should give me access to the POW. There we go. Excellent. Then we take the POW, and we can just spend it. No need to save it. Grab this coin over here. And Lupin Snoop. Yeah, Lupin Snoop, you've been found out, apparently. Yeah, momentarily saying Lupin Snoop likes to run an imposter account. That... well, it's self-explanatory if he decides to show it off, but nice try regardless. Anyway, good to see you here, Loop. I know it's somewhat an inaccessible time for you that I run here, so... Yeah, I guess if you actually took the spring through with you... no, I don't think you can. I was thinking about how to jump the gate there at the end, but... Anyway, that's just going to be our warm-up. Let's get right into the queue. So, it's going to be usual sequence, next and sub next, unless we just run out of subs very quickly, in which case I will probably just go down next instead of doing repeats. And Phil32, welcome. Super Phil32, it's been going well over here. And good to have you, as always. Total Takeover, yeah, is leave. If you want to replace a code as well, you can also use the replace command if you'd like to submit something that is not Rainbow Runway. Cupcake got super mad because you found a soft lock. Oh, and that one. Yeah, I guess I wasn't looking at that very carefully then. Anyway, Spastic Eli, you are going to be first. We'll plug in 7CH, 5P8. Unbelievable how quickly the submissions come in when I actually remember to tag my stream as viewer levels, which I have been forgetting lately. If you throw the spring at the left wall, you soft lock. Yeah, I can see how that would work. Because I was, well, not thinking about that very actively, but considering that. So, thank you for the follow, Jungle Mutt. Looking forward to yours later on, but for now we will look at Eli's Buried Paradise, which is a Super Mario World platforming level with one checkpoint. Okay. Drop all this, pop over here. We should probably try not to miss. That would be important. I see what's going on here with the Muncher stacking in terms of what's going to come over here. Notice how that lower stack all kind of condenses at once. And that's just from the way some of the Munchers are falling into position rather than being stacked. There is, coincidentally, a Loop and Snoop video about this sort of thing. In terms of stacking logic, when it comes to what the POW is going to hit. Okay. Up we go. And forward. Okay, I should actually watch that carefully. It is going to be a short bounce off of the blooper that is lowered along with everything else. Let's actually pay attention for once. Nice timing on that. Yeah, let's just crank to the right as we get that bounce. As the Muncher stack collapses, there's enough overlap in the animations there that I get thrown off slightly. But that's an easy mistake to fix, I think. Okay, up we go. Bounce, bounce. And, yeah, let's not miss. And I would read that message, shall I compare thee to a summer's day, etc., but there is a point reward for that sort of thing, if we want to do that exhaustively. Somebody actually did redeem that one, not long ago, in fact. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? We did have that on stream recently. Okay. And we're going to get a raid come in just a moment. Let's acknowledge the arrival of everybody who has come in from Bex Play's playthrough of Miitopia, which I was watching on and off earlier today. Very good sort of Nintendo-centric variety streamer over there. Not just Nintendo-centric, he did run Resident Evil 8 last week, I think. Also somebody who does not play nearly enough Mario Maker, by the way. Hint. But welcome anyway, everybody coming in with Beck. Good to have you all here, and especially for all of the additional follows. So yeah, people who are new here, I do run mainly Mario Maker on this stream. Let's hit that accurately. We do viewer levels usually 2 days a week at least, at this session and same time slot the day before, as well as some other content throughout the week. Mostly Nintendo, also a side of competitive Scrabble if people like word games. But Mario Maker is the main thing here. So, okay, toss that, toss this, and we are through. Every Mario Maker stream plays not enough Mario Maker? Oh, I don't know about that. I play plenty of Mario Maker. Okay, so we hit. Love that unstacking. 4. Yeah, that just tells me to hit 4 times, I think. Yep. No, that's spin jump. And I had plenty of warning about that. No need for any kind of extraneous Z marker. Although that's the kind of spot where certain players who complain about Z markers would definitely start whinging. Okay, here we go. There we go. And miss. Mamuga, my elo is quite a bit higher than 1300, thank you very much. It hasn't been in 1300 for some time. It depends on the dictionary, though. And also, elo ratings differ quite a bit by game, so... You know, if you have something like a 1900 or something in Scrabble, by the various rating systems that are on the different surfaces, that's already going to be like a top 50 player or so, maybe even top 20. In something like chess, for instance, that's much lower, where in chess, the sort of master titles don't really come in until like 2200, 2400. Like Magnus Carlsen would be 2800, I think. So it really depends on the elo system that you're working with in terms of what the playing field is like and what the rating formula is like in terms of how it weights various things. But anyway, I'm okay at Scrabble. I do play competitively. I do play over-the-board tournaments when pandemics are not happening. Anyway, thank you for that, Eli. Fantastic level. Once again, a really good demonstration of a lot of unstacking logic when it comes to how many munchers the POW hits are going to take out. So we'll mark that as a win. I'm going to look up into chat quickly to see if we missed anything in particular since the raid came in. But once again, thank you for all of the additional follows since the arrival of the raid from Little Mac Main, Sans and Papyrus Heya, somebody's an Undertale fan here, Zelda Gaz, and Heropon, who I'm sure is a big Riki fan. So, yeah, momentarily saying I'm glad you have, I guess, that level of appreciation for my abilities. It's kind of true that within competitive play, it's very easy to lose sight of how advanced one is simply because the level of your opponents is so steep. Anyway, let me check to see if we have, in fact, any subs in queue. And we do. Mamuga is going to be next. And yeah, Super Philip 32. It's definitely something that comes and goes, I think, when it comes to people dipping in and out of this game. For those not aware, Super Philip 32 made one of the really good full-size traditional worlds early on in Maker 2 before the Super World system ever came in. So we covered that as one of the first Super Worlds that I really played through when I was early on as a streamer. And Awkward Aquarius, welcome. So, Mamuga is going to request a continuation of the world. For those new here, I do try to continue levels in Super World sort of within the span of the first 15 minutes or so, but if we take too long to do that, I usually just take at least the first level in the continuation, like it's a standard submission. But, you know, for people who want to submit traditional worlds that have tons and tons of very bite-sized vignettes, I do tend to play a whole bunch of them at once. So. Okay. What's this called again? This is called Spikehead Phobia Chapter 2. I don't remember Spikehead Phobia Chapter 1, but maybe we're doing things out of the canonical order. Anyway, we need to face them. And yeah, it looks like we can just dip up here. Fire Flower is going to do absolutely nothing against these guys, except give me a bit of a hit buffer to work with. Chapter 1 was a mistake. Okay, now we know. Alright, no need for the flower just yet. Here we just swim our way through. And try not to get into too much trouble with the rising and falling water level, which is going to take us all the way up eventually. Looks like it is possible to just jump up here. Okay, I mean, we can just kind of spin our way across some of this stuff, but if we do not have the power of the Fire Flower, or rather the ability to take any hit at all, that's going to be a bit riskier. I should just spin jump these guys, but yeah. Okay. There we go. And yeah, let's dip over to this guy, and no rising and falling water over here. But yeah, we'll just try to stay at a height that will not run into trouble with cloud movement. Also, it pays to just take things patiently if you're not going for speed, since you can have a fairly predictable movement of the clouds as long as your camera position is stable. Okay, checkpoint. Obviously we'll check this. Now, there are 2 pink coins in this level. Should have scouted ahead to see what the locking mechanism would be. Oh, interesting. It is going to be a recyclable checkpoint, depending on what you do. So I guess the purpose here is to show you that checkpoint and the next pipe. And just location of the exit, generally. Okay, so I see what's going on here. We're going to have 2 different segments and a repeatable checkpoint before the final exit. Which is good, actually, because it means that with only 2 coins here in these segments, key death is not really too much of an issue. I don't think. Probably should have saved a shell to knock those guys out. Okay, and the other coin is just going to come in that side. Alright, on we go. And that didn't quite go as intended. You made a trilogy of big Mario levels, except they're all a trash fire. Loop, I assume that's on your Garbo account, where you pay tribute to the great old Hollywood actress Greta Garbo. Nope, bad idea. I saw that coming. Okay. Oh, on your main account back when you were new, I see. Back on your first main account, I guess you've actually been on your second one for a while now. Okay. Up we go. Okay, dropping the shells over that way will work for me just fine. Just need to jump and activate them early, I suppose. Also, yeah, I guess I hadn't hit checkpoints since obtaining the first coin, so we do need to obtain them both. So yeah, because you do need to kind of go out of your way to use a recyclable checkpoint once you're aware of it. Sure, we'll do this. And not accomplish very much. Okay, in we go. I do not have a mushroom, and reaching this pipe will be fine, but take a little bit of extra jumping along the way. Should you call your garbage account Mimu Garbo or a Timimuga? Well, I think the first one makes it a little more obvious. I'm not exactly sure what the origin was of little Timmy picking on somebody named Timmy specifically. I know it's something that probably long predates Mario Maker. But I'm not sure why it is Tim. Like if it just goes back to Charles Dickens' Tiny Tim or something. Poor little disabled boy, not having a very good Christmas. Before divine intervention comes in. Before time-traveling intervention comes in, I should say. Thank you for the GGs. Let me see how I'm doing for time on this one. Yeah, I should have time for at least one more, I think. So let's just take a look at what's next here, and then we'll go on to the next submission. Flow of the Wiggler River. DGR and Carl invented a lot of that terminology. Yeah, I guess... I mean, a little while ago, I was kind of wondering who sort of popularized Blowy Joey as well, because that seems to be all over the place. Is that a shell jump? No, that's just a wall jump, because this is an SMBU, and I should actually make use of a spin sometimes, although that was a safe landing location. I just didn't make good use of it. Yeah, we'll just get on the first one and spin properly as before. Hey, a 1-up. Almost forgot we were playing a Super World here. I mean, you can try. Not a smart idea, though. Okay, we should in fact spin. Either DGR or Ryukar? Yeah, that makes sense. And I haven't seen Ryukar in a long time. I guess he kind of does YouTube exclusively nowadays, doesn't he? I think so. I may be wrong. It may just be my times on Twitch are just totally out of alignment. And let's see. I actually didn't know that Reddit had much in the way of built-in streaming, but I don't keep up with that much with Reddit as a platform anymore, so... Whoops. Okay, let's not miss the easy stuff. And thank you for the follow. Okay. Oh, 1-up up there, okay. What is down here? Yeah. It's fine, we'll just... manage my distance a little bit carefully here. Yeah, trying not to slide into those as I land, which... There we go. I can't quite see what's going on with the camera here, but we can slide down gently and That will just solve the problem for me. Okay, that'll be helpful. That will not be as helpful. And Leonard, hello, welcome. Okay. Namuga, the startling thing about this world is how much gentler everything is after that initial opening level with the 3D World car and the skip squeaks. It's much more manageable and has been much more manageable since. I should have used the Fire Flower to actually zap some of these guys. That would have been productive. Yeah, sure, we'll do something marginally risky here.
You made it.
Okay, Q's is still fairly short so far. Let me see how we're doing for time. And Muga, yeah, we have time to probably at least try one more, since we're still kind of within 10 to 15 minutes or so. And love how these pipes are just matched with each other for no reason whatsoever. Aesthetics, I guess. Yep, and it'll just be straight down the queue after that to Jungle Mutt. Coming up next. Thank you for all the GGs once again. Okay. Yeah, just need to. Oh, we can try to go for that. No, maybe not. Need to be a lot more accurate to be fooling around with that sort of thing. Ah. Oh, that's interesting. Let's boot this guy out of the way first. I guess... Well, I mean, nope, not enough distance over there. I do, in fact, need to land on a mole. Yeah, it looks like Meng approves that Sonic, which is a sure sign of artistic excellence. Anyways, this guy's just going to be stuck here. We'll just fall directly into the mole, and nope, that's not going to be it either. Maybe just a standard jump and we twirl over. And the mole is meant to be avoided. Whoops. Because as soon as the mole hits, it's going to be inaccessible in terms of the collision. It's actually less generous than it was in Maker 1, if I recall, in terms of what happens when enemies just kind of drop in. So yeah, it can't make contact, so yeah, that's going to be correct. Take this guy with me for no reason, except maybe to toss him. Oh, going to miss the opportunity to grab that coin. Unless lava goes down. If it goes down, then... Yeah, it looks like we do need to collect 5. Whoops. That was a distracted by chat death, I'm really sure. And yeah, I saw that Quagsire level come up as well. I also, as somebody not that knowledgeable about Pokemon and who never played Gen 2, had to look that up. It looked like a Pokemon, and that seems correct. Game over? No, not yet. We do know that there are the other coins all over. So yeah, it looks like I just need to, you know, bob up and down and avoid the lava level. Let's not die to any of this. Maybe drag the other mole down while we're at it. Okay, looks like we'll probably have to go bottom right. Actually, no, bottom first. That's one location that I have not yet accessed, and then bottom right for the last one. Okay. Great. Plenty of time to work with, I think. Oh, no, go, 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 go! Not quite. Alright. That could have gone better. And yeah, we'll just pick this guy out this time. Wait for the ball. Wait for the beam. And here we go. Sonic does kind of look like a Pokemon. Now that you mention it. Whoops. Very poor estimation of the jump height here. Next GM is going to request Toad. That will begin with the next attempt. And okay. Yeah, that guy's going to just come over and zap. Whoops. Okay, it would be nice if this guy gave me a little bit of headroom. There we go. And we'll just let everything down here. Pull this guy over. Okay. Yeah, the thing is, not having kept up with the Sonic series for pretty much the entire gap between the classic 2D games and Mania, like I just kind of bypassed all of 3D Sonic and paid no attention to it whatsoever. I don't know that entire cast of characters. I know there's like, I don't know, Big the Cat or something, but... Oh, I guess there's Shadow the Hedgehog, which... And Cold Steel the Hedgehog. That's about what I know about Sonic. Okay, that's a clear. Let's move on to the next mission. And yeah, momentarily saying the mention of Sonic Pinball, or perhaps Spinball, there actually makes me think about how few pinball spin-offs we get anymore. I'm just thinking back to when Metroid was, no pun intended, in its prime, following Metroid Prime, and how we would be getting all kinds of spin-offs like Metroid Prime Pinball, which is the kind of thing that Nintendo just doesn't release anymore. Anyway, did I punch in next already? No, I haven't, so let's go in here. And yeah, Mang has definitely been recommending Sonic Roboblast 2 lately, which is the unofficially made Sonic 3D game with the Doom engine. Jungle Mutt, please check in if you are still here. Would be happy to see your submission if you are, in fact, going to confirm your presence, so... I believe Jungle Mutt is still here. Let me just check. And yeah, you are here. So let's take a look at FMF. 7P3. 3PG. Yeah, Free Nova, it's kind of interesting to see which of the classic series survived that period of madness in the late 90s and 2000s when everything was trying to jump on the 3D bandwagon. I'm kind of glad the dust has generally settled there and that a lot of 2D series that worked perfectly fine in 2D have kind of gone back to explore that design space, be it, you know, in Sonic Mania or Mega Man 11 or anything like that. Just checking chat quickly to see if I missed anything absolutely critical, but I think I caught most of the conversation. So let's move on to Kamek's Cold Crypt, which is 40 seconds. with lots of fancy typography everywhere. I guess it's K Alpha M Epsilon? Little Epsilon? K's Cold Crypt. Night to Night Kamek, all full jumps. Med level. Like a medical level? Oh, medium level, okay. 40-second speed run. GLHF. So let's see how this is going to go. World record is kind of within 0.5 of the 40-second mark. So we'll just keep that in mind when it comes to how much flexibility we have. Yeah, I was never really too much of a Sonic person, but I really did enjoy Mania. I felt like Mania was the game where Sonic finally kind of made sense. Okay. No, did that way too early. Although spinning here, yeah, maybe that was fine, actually. Since the power throw seemed to do what it wanted. One thing, for those of you new here, that you'll discover when you see me play levels like this is that I do not follow instructions very well. Like, reading the actual interactive parts of the level, that I can do. Reading markers or remembering to follow markers, not so much. Okay. That seemed to be quite a miss. Oh, I see. What's going on over there with the spin? Let's position that a little better, though. And Supernova, thank you for the submission of the latest blockbuster hit. Whoops. Supernova's Turn Block Terror, which I think is already up to about nearly 10,000 plays last I checked into that kind of thing. Yeah, Supernova has had a great deal of success lately when it comes to levels of blowing up. And so we'll see what that one's all about, although it was a concept that he had kind of shown off in very early germinal stages some weeks ago. And yeah, Loop, I guess if you're looking at footage of Roboblast and finding that it looks just like Sonic in 3D, that's probably more than what one can say of the officially developed Sonic 3D games. Okay, maybe losing a little bit of time there. We'll see how badly that's going. And I lost a Spiny Shell once again. Yeah, no, I see that I'm supposed to land on a Spiny Shell in that segment there. I don't see exactly where it was that I was losing it. Let's see how to make that fix. Yeah, Spiny Hat, I grabbed that. Hit the on-off switch. Let's see that. Yeah, that's the thing. People like Anga actually do play the top list for whatever reason. Usually you would think that suffering through the popularity list is maybe not the best use of his time, but then every now and then, you know, it's kind of nice to have that level of exposure for levels that actually could benefit from setting a decent example for this game. What's still missing the edge jump over there. Yeah, it's kind of nice to have that boost sometimes when you have something in a top list that's actually the kind of thing that we would like to see on the top lists. And I mean, that's so scarcely the case that that's partly why I just never really even look at the popularity list. Okay. No, I'm supposed to do the up throw there because the Womp is going to compress the bomb blow it up against the on-off switches. Note what I said earlier about not following instructions. Okay. No, I see what to do, I just didn't do it. Yeah, I must have killed the spiny shell with the POW, actually, if I threw the POW too late or something. And I guess, yeah, there is a specific timing window you need with the POW throw simply because that will affect when the spiny shell that you're supposed to jump on becomes available. Ah, whoops. And yeah, DGR, of course, recently showcased Meng's Super World as well. Made a video about that, so nice to have that level of exposure. Yeah, once again, I guess when I get to that segment with the POW throw, I'm not really watching what the spiny shell is doing. I wouldn't have necessarily known to anticipate it, but we'll get back there and we'll see. I only just noticed a 2 Magikoopa clear condition as well, but we'll deal with that when the time comes. Okay. There we go. Yeah, kind of like the way you re-obtain the spiny hat. Very end there. Okay. Up we go. And you can just ride this with full jumps all the way, pretty much. Nope. Miss. Okay, 1 second. Yeah, we were quite close to the end. Just have to fix up that bounce at the very finish. Whoops. And yeah, I like how readable the spiny part is. I mean, you can just hold down a full spin jump for much of that, but everything feels very well spaced in terms of having all the shells get into the right places around you. But yeah, it's just one of those elements where, you know, you hold steady, you stay cool, everything goes well. Okay. And here we go. Yeah, very nice segment here. Okay. Yeah, I guess it's not even expecting you to throw the bomb. It's expecting you to just carry it with you and take damage at the very end. I was chucking it near the wall anyway, but it doesn't make too much of a difference. Nice. Very nice level. Like I said, I don't read markers very well, but that turned out to be just very readable in terms of not giving you too much visual clutter. Like, there are some segments that are more interactive, some segments where you just kind of ride it out and hope nothing terrible happens. But all in all, for all of the moving parts that are going on there, the interactions were actually fairly clear, so. Let's call that a win. Thank you for all the GGs. And yeah, it's tuned pretty tightly, as you can see, that, you know, even this person here with 39.566, like, he'd be looking at 0 on the clock at the end. And yeah, the only thing that was kind of weird was, you know, falling onto that one spiny shell early on, where on any given run I wouldn't necessarily know if the POW was killing it. But once we got that sorted out, everything just came together. Yeah, Loop, I should find some additional stream time at some point. I mean, that hasn't really been possible recently, but I'm hoping to eventually work towards creating a more accessible slot. You know, something like NA afternoon, like I used to do last year, which would also allow EU evening people to come in. Supernova, you're going to be my sub next, and we'll look at Turn Block Terror. See what DGR is so crazy about. Okay, so ever seen a Turn Block Snake Block? Well, that's about to change. As you can see, as I said, it did clear the 10,000 mark within just a few days of release. So, yeah, Supernova has just absolutely been on fire. Congratulations to Eli, too, on the world record, if you're still here. Turn Block Terror. Let's see. So, this thing here, what's this? Ah, okay. Supernova is very nice to Endless players, and that's probably why some of these levels have been able to blow up from time to time, because he's able to make those concessions. So the kind of drop location here is actually going to look oddly like the beginning of the Hadron Collider, which might have thrown me off a bit because we're clearly not supposed to just take the double arrow as run forward as fast as you can. We are supposed to follow the animation like this is in fact a snake block. So world's most complicated snake block right here. And then we're going to get chased in the back. And yeah, just need to kind of take it easy and make sure the landing locations are actually available. No, let's jump a little faster there. That's going to smash the blocks that are under the Pokey, and then we'll see what that Muncher Pokey interaction is immediately after. I think I know what it is, but let's await the confirmation. So yeah, just gonna hang around here and give this a poke. Jump around, and yeah, that's just gonna come to a dead stop. Activate this, lots of time to work with. And we'll grab that. Man, Supernova's something censored, which is 4 letters, is exploding. Anyway, CP1. And yeah, so now we'll have some kind of elaboration of this that is going to depend on the on-off state just to, you know, maximally make use of this space as well as the whatever entity space you're working with. I mean, obviously, you know, the advantage of this over just standard snake blocks like this guy that you see down here is just you have much more space to work with in this level, given that the block limit is so generous. So yeah, I really do enjoy the central mechanic here. We're going to, once again, toggle the off switch. So yeah, those of you who haven't seen Supernova's levels before, he is a bit of a contraption specialist. And so it's always kind of nice when you get into each zone here just to watch the setups. I mean, I'm kind of watching where I'm going, most of the time at least, but if you just watch that buzzy spike ball animation and interaction to the left, as well as the initial one that's set up with the big and small buzzy, it's kind of neat stuff to look at. I've only been kind of able to glance at it briefly, so can't necessarily describe it in extreme detail, but anyway, here's the next checkpoint. Okay, drop through here. Yeah, I really like that, actually, using the continuation of the animation. Oh, the down, I was looking at the down and wondering, is it seriously telling me? Okay, Can't get over there. Is it seriously telling me to smash through those blocks while I'm on top of nothing? It turns out down just means crouch. So yeah, and of course there's that transformation of the checkpoint text using the on-off state as well. Okay, going to smash that. And down we go. Smash this. Whoops. Okay, that's going to be an issue, I think. If we do need to smash another series of blocks. Interestingly enough, I actually could have skipped this if I had gone a little faster. I would have been able to get through without the use of the mushroom. Anyway, Loop, thank you for dropping by. Good to have you around as always, and we'll hopefully catch up on your levels at a more accessible time for you at some point. So, okay. Yeah, interestingly enough, yeah, if you just go here quickly, I guess the spacing is such that it would be difficult to make that skip, but interesting to think about whether it is doable, of course. Whoops. Accidentally did a bit of a spin there. That could have gone very badly. And a little bit of time pressure at the end there as everything gets demolished. Okay, this looks like something we definitely want to see, so bonus. Of course we'll do the bonus. The presence of an optional hard mode bonus zone where Toad gets zapped actually does remind me of this particular Japanese maker who, being a Japanese maker, I can't really say his name. But it was one that was fairly active, I guess, sort of in the first year of the game or so, and he would do this stuff all the time. Like, he'd put in the optional hard mode bonus room at the very end, just to totally warp the clear rates and have them dispense no useful information whatsoever. And yeah, I kind of saw, as soon as I saw the CP1 and 2 setup, that as with the Hadron Collider level, that you were very likely to set up some kind of CP3, given that you were recycling through the same checkpoint for the first two. So I was expecting that. I didn't expect the ending gate to be accessible that early, in fact. I sort of assumed that what is a bonus zone here was, in fact, just going to be a mandatory third segment, but I guess that... Well, I mean, you know, the way I play this is essentially mandatory anyway. I am supposed to get on Vines. I was wondering if I could outrun, but it seems not. Yeah, Mang, that reminds me. I did still have some bonus paths, like that's Boom Boom in your digging level that I didn't actually go back to see. And yeah, I kind of agree that sometimes it's okay to let people feel like they're cheesing a bit if they are going particularly fast. I mean, it's going to be their calculated risk to take as long as it doesn't break anything. And, you know, the pace of this level is going to be somewhat confined anyway, that even if you're getting ahead, that just gives you a bit more of a safety margin to slow down again and negotiate whatever obstacle comes next. Nope. I was not trying to outrun that, I just missed the up button. And anyway, I want to get as much distance anyway before I get up to the vine, in order to give myself enough of a safety margin to get back down. So, right idea, poor execution. Okay, let's get up here. And the Pokey just dies instantly to get out of my way, so that's something we take advantage of here. No, spin jump, obviously. It just kind of caught me off guard that the turn blocks did not, in fact, continue. Okay. Alright, let's go up here. And so yeah, Meng, I'll have to make a mental note to myself to get back to that one at some point. I'm sure there are a lot of optional objectives in your older levels that I also missed and just forgot about. Anyway, Amuga, thank you for Luigi Takes the Evil Way. That doesn't sound ominous at all. Okay. Now, forward we go. Tap this guy. And down. And that's it. That's a clear. So yeah, very neat setup, Supernova. Glad you managed to squeeze a level out of that. I seem to recall that this sort of just started out as an experiment in making an overly complicated equivalent of a snake block, but as I said, it does have some advantages in terms of letting you string a level continuously over so much horizontal space. And thank you for all the GGs. Let's take a look at what's next. Okay, Melon Rind or Gilmore. Let's take a look at 3Q6 MPX 67G. Whoops. There we go. Here's Bowser's Bone Shell Bunker. Fight Rising Lava Autoscroller featuring the Nintendo trademark Bone Shell. And world record by Mechanamite, who I haven't really seen make anything in this game. I actually remember Mechanamite from Maker 1. It was a maker who made this incredibly complicated puzzle castle or something, which just filled every imaginable space and just had all these one-tile crawl spaces. Anyway, enough about that guy. Let's take a look at Gilmore's level here, which is an autoscroll and a boss battle, apparently. Or has a boss battle somewhere embedded within. And Phil32, thank you for dropping by and saying hello. So, absolutely no hurry to get back to making in this game, but when you do, it'll be quite a treat, I'm sure, to see more of your levels. Let's go left on top of the bone shell, on top of the bones, rather. This one isn't super blind friendly. Yeah, well, I mean, that's partly just going to depend on reading the lava levels. Jumping the bones, that's going to trigger, while getting into that location will trigger getting into the bone shell. Yeah, 2 bounces will be enough. I need a higher bounce on top of the dry bones. Short bounce is not going to do the trick. It's a little bit too early in terms of landing position there, so we'll just keep that in mind. And we'll turn that corner a little bit better. By that point, the bombs are going to demolish the right side and allow me to go forward with the bone shell, so. Yeah, so if I go for the 10 coin as my landing location with a full jump, then that should land accurately. And then at that point, I need to prepare to continue in the bone shell. There we go. And then I need to jump up because the blaster is going to attempt a bit of an ambush there. Which you can see, in fact, with the conveyor belt. It's not exactly blind, you just need to be paying attention to stuff that gets covered up by the lava fairly quickly, I think. Or is it even that conveyor belt? I don't know, but... yeah, because after the activation there, you see that the on-off switch is going to drop the blaster onto the lower conveyor and also cart it over to the left side. Cat, welcome. Okay. Yeah, so I need to jump out of the shell pretty much immediately. And there we go. And yeah, a little bit faster there to get under the icicle. It's going to be the same with the sequence after that. Plus a bit of time pressure from the rotating firebar. Okay. Okay. That was just about right. I just didn't get out of that final segment very well. Notice that the bone shell is still available at that point, but I don't think there's really enough time to re-obtain it there, so... okay, need a little bit more height. Really does seem like the on-off switch is maybe something that is timed around, say, a bomb activation in lava. If lava level is the thing that's going to trigger it, I would imagine it is, rather than something from the player's position, but that's just for the sake of consistency, so... yeah, you can hear the bomb activation, in fact, or the on-off activation, let's just say. Okay, so I am able to re-obtain a bone shell, and I do need it. Okay, I thought that was going to be a bone shell kick to the right. I have not really read that very carefully yet, so... whoops. Okay, that's not going to be a reading issue, that's just entirely timing everything a little bit better. And trying not to bump my head into the ice. Okay, I can probably afford to shorten the bounces a bit and just lower into the bone shell without all that jumping. Yeah, I see that falling back into the shell is probably the right idea, though, rather than attempting to jump over to the left when the on-off activation opens up the gate that is designated by the blue blocks. It does feel like I do need a shell for the next segment up top, but I don't exactly know how that's going to go yet, given that the furthest I've made it was with the shell throw marker over here. Yeah, so I do need to kick this. And it seems I might be a little bit slow. Because at that time I did pay a bit of attention to the sideways trampolines to see what was going to go on there, and I think I'm a little behind pace when it comes to the lava level, so... Mamuga, you've been on my stream long enough that you hear about Meng all the time. Meng is just your yogurt hose. Not using the name Blues Glues, that actually sounds rather interesting. Let's jump around. Blues, glues, or booze glues. Well, either way. Hey. Okay, so I am able to reobtain the shell there, as you can see when it's sailing that location. That's pretty much correct other than spacing. I got the timing right that time. Just need to get up to that upper level much faster with shorter jumps to make my way up the semi-solids. Yeah, let's not cut too many corners here. So, Mamuga, before we get into the next attempt here, let's get your redemption of number 78. And we'll just pull that up in a moment. I haven't done one of these in a while, actually. I, once again, am perfectly aware that I am weeks behind in actually putting in the new point rewards I was talking about. But anyway, regardless, here's the reading. William Shakespeare, sonnet number 78. I pulled up the wrong one. So oft have I invoked thee for my muse, and found such fair assistance in my verse, as every alien pen hath got my use, and under thee their poesy disperse. Thine eyes that taught the dumb on high to sing, and heavy ignorance aloft to fly, have added feathers to the learned's wing, and given grace a double majesty. Yet be most proud of that which I compile, whose influence is thine and born of thee. In others' works thou dost but mend a style, in arts with thy sweet graces graced be. But thou art all my art, and dost advance as high as learning my rude ignorance. Okay, thank you for that, Muga. It's always nice to get some of the requests for the poems that are about writing other poems, because they tend to be very applicable to the creative spirit of Mario Maker, and make for a very appropriate juxtaposition. So. Okay, tiny little jump there. No, got a little stuck around the corner. And okay, up we go. Yeah, I just need to figure out how to improve my timing here slightly. Yep, I see what's going on now. That I'm getting stuck around a corner because I am attempting to sail over when the lava level is not quite in position yet. So I do need a little bit of a jump. Yeah, Mamuga, there's a long history of people claiming that other people wrote Shakespeare. None of the theories have ever been very persuasive. Like, they're very tempting, but they're not persuasive. In that they don't tend to offer better explanations than just the kind of standard narrative about William Shakespeare that you hear about. Because the popular theories usually involve some other figures of the era, like the Earl of Oxford, or the philosopher Francis Bacon, or... You know, there are a lot of people who are kind of like put up as contenders for writing Shakespeare because people wonder, my goodness, how could this guy have had the vast cultural knowledge and vocabulary and imagination to do everything that he did? And you know what? The fact that William Shakespeare was just an actor in a drama company actually is the best explanation for the period in terms of what actors in that era were capable of achieving. Let's get up here. I do need to duck into that and use the invincibility. I was trying to duck into that, but at that point the lava level had already caught up to me, so the input did not register. So yeah, Mamuga, it's not surprising that you would have heard a lot about those theories, but they're generally not really considered credible. because people have been debating this stuff for decades and decades, and so the alternative theories about people like the Earl of Oxford have actually been thoroughly checked. I don't remember the exact reason why it has been debunked, but it has more or less been debunked. Whoops. Yeah, there's also Doctor Who, which honestly might be more plausible than a lot of the other modern theories. Which, speaking of British science fiction and alternate history plots, always makes me think of that episode of Red Dwarf where the crew sets up John F. Kennedy to assassinate himself. But anyway, here we go. Over here. Yeah, Doctor Who is one of those things that I kind of don't know much about, to everybody's surprise, in that I have enough of a body of knowledge in both British television, like classic British television, and science fiction, that like Doctor Who is just one of those things I'm expected to know well and actually don't. I think everybody has something like that, like a blind spot that surprises other people around them. No, Divine was not available at that point, but I should jump out anyway. Have I heard the monologue, The Secret of Psalm 46? That actually does not ring a bell, but maybe I have. Whoops. Anyway, Natcat, thanks for submitting some ancient artillery. We'll fire that up as soon as we can. Yeah, momentarily saying I've lost count of the doctors as well. Okay, no, still doing too much jumping there. I clearly need to jump into it somehow, but I'm just not getting the height to get that accurately, so... Everything coming out of that segment is a little bit slow on my end relative to the intended timing. It's nice though, now that I have gotten some of the initial read out of the way, the level has actually felt pretty smooth. Now the introductory segments did take a little bit of initial figuring out, but since then, if you're paying attention, it is pretty readable. And yeah, momentarily saying Blackadder is something I should revisit at some point. Been ages and ages since I really even thought about it. One of the great Rowan Atkinson speaking roles, which was just eclipsed in notoriety by his much more famous non-speaking role. So, I Am the Supernova. Yeah, classic British television is fantastic. It is a really considerable body of work to look into. But, yeah, I've been kind of out of touch with it for a while, but there's so much material that's just unrivaled, has not been equal to this day. I actually have not seen Downton Abbey. Yeah, Yeah, momentarily sane. I think there's definitely a stylistic difference in comedy where a lot of the humor in a lot of British comedy is about understatement and about, you know, sort of being subtle, or the kind of sarcasm that is about sort of downplaying things, or, you know, being very self-deprecating. And it seems to be kind of the opposite tendency in a lot of American comedy, at least recent American comedy, that is much more about kind of overstatement and exaggeration and being very brash. I don't know, the landscape of American comedy has changed quite a bit, though. Like, I enjoy a lot of American comedy from, like, the 30s and 40s, where everybody is just very sharp-tongued. Just very witty writing back then, which I think has kind of dropped out in some ways. Okay. Blooper over here. What goes on over here? Yeah, so the shell is available. I didn't really know to expect that yet, but quite a bit up to that point was pretty readable. And yeah, Meng just has a very unique brand of humor that's just, you know, a whole personal style in itself. So, can't fault anybody for preferring that over everything else. Whoops, just missed that jump once again, and missing that jump means I was not able to crouch. Okay. Over here? Nope, not quite. And yeah, Mamuga, thanks for sharing that on the Discord. We'll take a look at that in good time. So, one of the things that I guess I bring up far too often about British television. I don't really talk about it on a stream, but I kind of gripe about this incessantly. Offline, I guess. And I sort of recall that Supernova was making people sit through the Marvel Cinematic Universe because that's how he thinks he should treat his friends, and so I do want to raise this in particular. To this day, I don't refer to the Marvel Avengers just as the Avengers. Now, in the UK, the first Avengers feature film was actually released under the title Marvel Avengers Assemble, which is the title I'll go with, because in the UK, the title The Avengers has a very specific association with something completely different, which is one of the greatest television shows ever made. Possibly just my favorite, which is a spy television show with a lot of science fictional elements that was made in the 1960s, and which has a tremendous amount of casting crossover with both the 007 films as well as later on with Star Wars. So most of the Star Wars villains that you can think of, well, maybe not some of the biggest ones like Darth Vader or the Emperor or whatever, but a significant number of Star Wars villains were Avengers alumni, for instance. Like Peter Cushing, who plays Tarkin, is actually a recurring Avengers villain, if I recall. Yeah. Christopher Lee is in there. Julian Glover, who played General Veers in The Empire Strikes Back. Also a very notable Avengers villain. Like, basically, a lot of the great British character actors who were active in the 1960s and later on in the 70s with Star Wars were all Avengers alumni, and it is just a fantastic show. There's nothing quite like it. And so that will always just kind of have a certain legitimacy to me when it comes to using the Avengers name that the Marvel Avengers will never, ever obtain. But yeah, that's something I can sometimes maybe rant about a bit much, but... oh, that did not go quite as... Oh yeah, no, I see. No, that was fine. I don't know why I suddenly had a moment of doubt there about the way I was smashing that shell. I kind of get the sense that Mang's taste in cinema would probably be pretty interesting. Just, you know, given the sort of visual aesthetic of Mang artwork, as well as the very dark sense of humor sometimes. Whoops. Okay, just kept missing that jump. But yeah, there's a lot of classic American comedy that has a great deal of wit to it. It's just that most of the examples I can think of only go up to about the 1960s or so. So yeah, if we're talking, you know, 40s and 50s, you would be thinking of the films of Howard Hawks or Billy Wilder or a lot of the other great comedy directors of Golden Age Hollywood. But, oh, whoops. Okay, let's move up here. Sort of interesting to... Anyway, to go back to Rowan Atkinson for a moment, to think about Mr. Bean as sort of a continuation of a lot of silent physical comedy in the vein of Charlie Chaplin. Because I feel like when I was originally watching Mr. Bean, that comparison would not really have occurred to me, partly because I didn't know as much Chaplin at the time, but just the idea of it being in the same tradition and to sort of think about Mr. Bean as a revival of a lot of the same methods for how to do comedy, you know, is just the most obvious thing when you stop to think about it, but I think a lot of people don't. Okay. Oops. Yeah, Mang, that's actually kind of what I expected. Yeah, the thing about a lot of the old British series, such as Mr. Bean, is that most of them are kind of shorter in running time than you would remember in terms of the number of episodes and such. Like, there actually was never that much Mr. Bean, you know? And in the same way that something like Fawlty Towers only ever ran for 12 episodes, and it's just a perfect run of 12 episodes. It's just something that wastes no time and no concepts. And just does exactly what it does in a very short space. But the fact that, you know, within a small number of episodes, something like Fawlty Towers was able to create like a much more complete sense of place and characterization than shows that run for a dozen seasons is, I think, a testament to just how well developed it truly was. Anyway, let's come down here. But yeah, there really isn't that much beam in total. Okay, duck under here. And let's do this wraparound to get on top of that bone shell when it does come out. And, oh. That's fine, actually. If I just survive this, I don't necessarily need to get on top of the blooper to try to reach the pipe. In fact, it would be quite difficult to center myself unless I was specifically going for speed. And this being a Gilmore level, I know that certain things are designed to speed paths, like getting on top of the blooper in a central location in that instance. But it's not absolutely necessary, because the lava will just send me up if I survive. Yeah, Mr. Bean was one thing that I think didn't really stretch out that well into the full running time of a feature film, because you know, it didn't quite match the same kind of comedic timing, I guess, that works better as a series of short vignettes. Also because the films, as I recall, are just much more talkative. That's... Whoops. Okay, once again, I really do need to get into that slot. You felt like the American adaptation of House of Cards was pretty good, I see. Oh, right, because I assume... I didn't remember the casting change, but I assume it was just when Kevin Spacey began to be a little less of an acceptable presence in Hollywood, I guess. I'd forgotten about that, actually, since I'd never really followed it. Okay. Up we go. And we'll just try to survive this and beat the time pressure here. Checkpoint, okay. Looks like this is strongly encouraging me to grab the bone shell. And at last we have reached the boss. After all that work. Okay, this will be kind of interesting. Let's just do the read here. Looks like I can just bounce on top of the cannonballs and probably bounce out somehow. Let me see. No, I'm supposed to get out of the shell and do an up throw and then get into the next shell. That's what it is. Took me a moment to realize what the pattern is, but I believe that must be the case. Okay. Of course, that would require me to not miss quite so much. And yeah, you have just enough of a timing window to get into the next shell. Because of the way that the lava level is what loads it onto the spring that projects it upwards and offers it to you. Okay, there we go. Once again, let's jump. Watch this carefully and just try to land accurately into each successive shell as we go. I mean, throwing accuracy seems to be the major obstacle right now. And, whoops. Andy Mocha, welcome. This one is easier than the other Bowser Bone Shell boss. Yeah, I was reminded of the other one immediately, except this one seemed like... The major thing is just being able to jump into the next shell. Of course, the faster I land the hits, the better this will go. Okay. There we go. Oh. Didn't expect that on-off switch at the last minute there. That threw me a little out of position when swapping over to the other shell. And yeah, I'm glad there is a little bit of extra protection there for the circumstances where you accidentally do not get into the first shell before you... Oh, bad idea. You have a level called Mario Has Vietnam War Flashbacks. Okay. Send it along. Queue is still open. We're surprisingly early in the stream, considering how many levels it seems I've cleared today, but I guess we got off to a pretty quick start, so I have not minded spending a little longer on this one. Which has been a lot of fun so far, it's just that we had a couple of specific trouble spots to work out in the first segment on our way here. Okay. And yeah, we'll just take it through. Not going to wait for the next shell here. Whoa. Okay, it doesn't actually go that far up. I guess if you grab the Cape Feather there, I mean, I was kind of tempted to just fly with it, but I didn't know if the lava was going to continue to chase me up. So yeah, Gilmore, I don't know if there was a secret at the end there. That's something that would in fact be revealed by the more info screen if we would take a look at the last part. That, yeah, if you fly with a cape, you can see that column near the end, but that's all that would give you, I think. Very tempting if you're just going to offer me the feather like that. Anyway, thank you for that. Quite an adventure. Also a neat little variant on so many of the up and down fluid level courses that we've been seeing from Gilmore over time. So yeah, it looked like it was a Red Yoshi show up there. Thank you for all the GGs. Let's take a look at what's going on here. Current state of the queue. Yeah, we do still have a couple of people who queued with subs, so we'll continue alternating with sub next. But since we're getting into repeats here, I'll try to manage time accordingly. This one's a hard level, okay. That's okay, we had some easier ones earlier on, so... Luigi takes the evil way, if only you could jump. I see that there's going to be a 59. Second record on this. Clear condition, and the description seemed to indicate that I can't jump. And that the idea would be that I have to pop into the pipe, do the thing in the subworld, and pop out of the pipe. Okay, let's do it. Okay, Luigi will take effect in the next attempt. Toad is going to scout level first. There's going to be a tight time limit on this too, 99 seconds. But the current record did do it in about a minute, so let's see how this goes. Dodge the claws, I guess. You know what? Toad is much more appropriate for this level because he's Captain Toad. Oh, interesting that if you do the slide here, it bumps you and it fails the clear condition. Let me just scout ahead to see what we're dealing with. And yeah, so here we'd have to slide off. Oh no, no. We can't slide off. We would need to get bumped like this. So there's no jump interaction. Here's the thing about this particular clear condition is that it does run into issues with not really being able to practice after you fail the condition because you don't know if any action you're doing is going to fail. So let's see what we can do with this. Yeah, because you can't just fall, you do have to get lifted. As you can see, that's going to be the issue there. We can't really even let ourselves get bumped. I just have to ride it out. and probably just get unloaded onto the cloud like this. Yeah. That's okay. I'm allowed to ride it around. It's just that I don't know how tight I'll be around the time limit. I believe it'll be... yeah, a particular position that we need, in fact. Possibly all the way over here? No. Nope. Let's try it. We do need to practice this. Otherwise I'll run into some issues. No. Well, this is mysterious. Okay, so how did I even do that? Alright. Yeah, just gonna practice this stuff. Again, gonna have a bit of claw dodging here. That's not too bad, what I said as I draw into a claw. That one you run across. Now how? Oh yeah, I just need to run this. Whoops.
Oh.
Run this to get across the one tile gap. It is a subpixel issue, yes, that's going to be a bit of a nuisance, I think. Whoops. Nope, too far. It is actually better to stand on the left until we have a chance to adjust, depending on how tight I will be on time. Wing lifts are just barely lower than semi-solids. Yeah, I've seen that demonstrated before. That is, however, not something I'd seen used with this clear condition. So, whoops. Solution is just to walk off? Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. Okay. Over we go. No, let's stand to the left just to reposition. Whoops, too far. Okay. I guess the goal is raised in the opening screen specifically, so you can't just get a nice big jump and twirl your way over to the flag. Oops. If that were doable, somebody would have done it already, I'm sure. Okay, let's do that, get loaded. Not walk off the platform completely, there we go. Okay, now let's see what we can do about the claws. And yeah. Nope. A little too far. That's okay, we need to scout ahead to see what my method will be for the rest. Okay. The seesaw, I think, is going to be a pain when it comes to the detection. Yeah, the seesaw looks like it's going to be an issue. You can ground pound on a bridge to trigger a falling platform seesaw covering it. Yeah, because of the subpixel overlap and the priority that they take. I've seen that kind of stuff before, it's just that I think in a spur of the moment it can be difficult to keep the priorities in mind. And it's just one of those things where it's easier to remember when you're not in the middle of playing a level that uses it. Okay. Here we go. The timer is fairly flexible, though, from what I'm seeing here. Whoops. Alright, let's try this once again. Sort of interesting how that works across styles, too, despite the differences in the artwork. No, too far. Yeah, that seesaw is looking like a bit of a threat. It is the last thing in the level, though. So, we'll see what we can do with it. Okay, get loaded here. Nope. Okay, everything's fine here so far. This reminds me of the NSMBU challenge levels. It kind of does, actually. It's almost too bad that a lot of the clear condition concepts in this game still haven't really quite matched up to that. You know, in terms of having negative clear conditions, like not touching any of the coins without having to do one of those Sieve style shiny yet deadly coin setups. Okay. Alright. Okay, let's plan this out. There we go. 3 seconds, let's go. Okay, definitely took my time with certain obstacles. I'm glad I noticed the clock right as I was going through the last pipe, because I had not actually paid attention to the clock until that point. So, that worked out. Thank you for the GGs. Let's hit next. Okay, it's going to be a Meng next. And we'll likely play the latest one here, Green Sonic. What's your favorite Sonic? Mine's the normal, regular, good blue Sonic. The H. Well, nothing personnel, kid. Yeah, but Muga's not really that evil. I mean, it's a bit fidgety in the same way that that clear condition is usually fidgety. Oh, I see. So that's Green Sonic. The ball is supposed to be Green Sonic in his super spinball mode. Okay. Kind of nice to be able to jump again. And, yeah. A little bit slow to react there. Obviously, I did need to do that faster just to get back on top of Green Sonic. Yeah, because it's just going to be accelerated by the Muncher on the track. I see how this is going to work. Also a nice way to, first of all, move things quickly enough that you just deal with that one ball coming out from Lemmy. We should watch the one-way panel so we know when those bounces are going to happen. Okay. Roll it over. And yeah, the ball is going to slow down when the Muncher is just not doing the push. We just need to adjust accordingly for its change in speed afterwards when the launcher gets back into position. Yeah, it seems like we saw some other Lemmy ball riding levels recently that were a lot more standard, I think, in terms of just bouncing on top of the standard bounce pattern. This is kind of a neat little variant on it, giving you a mostly stable position, vertically speaking, until, of course, we have to play around some of those bounces that take us all the way up. Have to remain reasonably centered on top of the ball, of course, so we don't get bumped all over the place. Yeah, I remember Kavik's level, in fact. I'm trying to remember what it was with that level that Green Heroes... I remember that there was some specific interaction in Kavik's level that felt pretty new to me. Like something with Lemmy that was not widely used by other people. And I don't remember what it is now that I think back to it. Of course, that was back when the tech was very new as well. I think that was one of the first things he developed after the 3.0 patch. Like, he made a Squirrel level and a Lemmy level, and I don't know if he has been heard from since. Other than 4YM, of course. Oops. And okay, down we go. Okay, we'll take this. Yeah, I need a slightly shorter bounce there. Otherwise it will fall behind a bit. Yeah, it's very easy to just lose sight of the one-way gates and not pay attention to when they will release the ball in that quasi-jumping pattern. Okay, here we go. And yeah, I guess that's use of the balls with the one-way gates was something that might have been present there as well. But this is the first time I've seen this done with the muncher push, though, such that... Like, notice how it's positioning things quickly enough that we never get the second spawn off of Lemmy. And also, we don't have any issues with outpacing the ball or having to wait for it, or... I mean, I guess there is a little bit of a waiting period there with the Womp interaction, but then that's precisely there to stall you a bit and make you get back on track. Also because the muncher at that point has gotten out of the way, and so that allows the ball to momentarily decelerate or look like it's decelerating. Okay. There we go, I was about to say, and that would not have been true. Okay, up we go. And back over. Yeah, Green Heroes, I remember that as well, from Ketcha or General BB, who created that fast spawn projectile blocker using Lemmy. That was patched out far too quickly, I think. It was such a fun concept. And here we are. Whoops. You think it's still doable? No, something about it was patched out. You will have to ask General BB about that. Because I don't remember exactly what it was that broke, but something in the patch definitely broke the Lemmy Ball projectile blocker setup. At least that specific one that I'm thinking of. I don't know if maybe there's an alternative design that still works with the fast spawn. Yeah, I don't remember what it was that breaks the mechanism now. It might be something to do with the despawn, but I'm unclear on this. At least I'd have to look it up. I don't know it off the top of my head. Okay, up we go. And yeah, we're rather quick about this. We can get back into position. No, bouncing a little too long there. And I kind of knew that before that last jump there, that I was going a little bit too late. Yeah. This is also kind of an interesting level in that it does require you to be fairly centered on top of the ball. Can't really bounce this way and that. You do need to stay on target. You have a lot of flexibility when it comes to that, in terms of whether you want to do high bounces or low bounces. Of course, with some of the obstacles here, you do need to do a bit of both. But there is a bit of a requirement of just landing accuracy, as you can see. And yeah, I remember that being the core of the mechanic as well, just taking advantage of the lack of a despawn. Possibly that's what got patched. Nope. And here, Lemmy on top of the Piranha does remain super global though, right? I'm trying to remember how the bosses, including the Koopalings. Because yeah, that's a good point about the way that the Koopaling deaths do affect their projectiles. Okay. Here we go. Now, why would we possibly want to start? Because we would need it in order to keep up with speed here, so looks like we're supersonic. Or I guess the ball is going to be supersonic because it's going to be pushed by Swamp speed. Nope, let's not do that. Yeah, I need to go to the right and get on top of it here, so. There's a glitch when you stand on the edge of a semi-solid. Yeah, okay, so I do need to just maintain forward momentum. There's a glitch where if you stand on the edge of a semi-solid when there's a skull platform. Skull platform will be triggered. On the edge? I don't know about the star not being required. I think... Oh, I see what you're talking about, that you think it'll just maintain speed. It is required. If you look at this here, you absolutely need the star to be active in order to go over to spikes, so... Nope. No, I was definitely expecting to be some kind of hard requirement for the star. Yeah, still need to fix up that landing. Turn on comments for a sec. Is there some kind of artwork that we should be beholding here? Oh, yeah. Dev exit. Because... Whoops. Wouldn't you be able to just go up here? Oh, you're totally able to. We'll try to do this the real way eventually, but I actually kind of want to see the dev exit. I might just take a death at the end. Let's see. Okay, didn't quite make that. So, never mind. Yeah, 3 bounces is probably enough, and we go forward from there. Obviously, the ball will not slow down when we don't kill the Thwomp. Yeah, I know I can probably make that jump, but that's okay. We've seen what goes on up there. Although maybe the people who are aware of the dev exit are artificially inflating the clear rate. Okay, I launched the Thwomp too early. That's interesting. Had not seen that happen previously. Oh. Not quite. I see what you mean now about the star being required for a different reason. Nope. You need to maintain full forward momentum. Can't really afford to back out like that. Tempest Funk, welcome. Nope, let's not activate the Thwomp early. Let's go directly for the star first. Yeah, just need to work on that landing accuracy. Okay. Nope, still activating that Thwomp prematurely. And that's going to get a push. Whoops. Still running into some issues. And, okay, forward. Nope, got stalled a little bit. Ah, okay, and that's going to be it right there, although we lose the star early enough that I can't just jump from the bottom track after the one-way panels cease to obstruct me. By that point, the star should expire. Nope. Early thought, once again. Okay. Just so you folks know, by the time I am finished with this level, I probably will close once I pull up the next one, just so we have a reasonable shot to get through everybody remaining. So do consider this potentially a last call, depending on how we're doing. As usual, of course, if we get through things quickly, I could always reopen for 1 or 2 at the end, but for everybody who's present right now and able to stay, I will likely be closing soon. Okay, yeah, spawn first, then get the thwomp. Nope. Same issue as before, I was still facing left going into the ball, and that creates all kinds of problems. It's okay, we're getting closer. Spawn first, get the thwomp. And nope. Nope. Too many bounces on the left. Yeah, 3 bounces should be plenty. Okay. Not quite. Got a bit trapped under the one-way panel that time. And yeah, Kerberos, this is a lot of fun. A lot of things that make this quite different from the usual Lemmy ball riding level. Okay. Yeah, once again, still facing too far to the left and cutting too much momentum on my way back down. Okay. Starting to make some of the appropriate corrections here, though. I think I actually do need to get on top of the jump block, maybe? No, I think it is just a bit of a trap. Okay. Yeah, if I land accurately but face right at the moment of landing, things go well. We do need to consider facing direction when it comes to having enough momentum, just to keep pace with everything that's going on underneath. Yeah, not quite accurate here. A little bit too late that time in terms of activating the thwomp, in fact. Okay. Nope. Yeah, just looking ahead to see what's going to happen with the final jump that we had some issues making. Okay, yeah, that's where we fall behind a bit. I see the spots that are giving me trouble. Whoops. But we do need to make the appropriate adjustments. Or, you know, we could always take the dev exit, but who wants to do that? Yeah, I think I am just supposed to do a full jump out of that jump block, and it will project me up even though it's under a ceiling because of the forward momentum I have with a star, so I wasn't quite clear on that, but that does appear to be the case. Oh no, never mind. Up my head. Gotta think like supersonic. Interesting advice. Jump from the note block and over? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It seemed like I was bumping my head, though. So I'll have to go back and try that a few times just to make sure I get the spacing down. Yeah, that's correct. I just needed to pull back a little bit so I could maintain forward momentum afterwards, so... There we go. Of course we're doing it. Okay. Ah, okay, no, I do in fact need to jump on top of that guy. And then there's going to be a big jump coming up here. Nope, needed to hold jump going into that block. Otherwise, things were going well, actually. This is the true Sonic Challenge, I see. Well, if only we had known we would be able to skip over here with the dev exit. Okay. Yeah, I kind of like this catching up sequence here. Once again, just a little bit late on the jump input. Okay. Yeah, the timing of this whole segment is actually pretty nice. Yeah, pulled back a little bit too much. I see how it is supposed to go. I don't want to get trapped on top of the bridges on the right side. So that just constrains my spacing, but I don't want to pull back too much to compensate. Okay. Okay, that's not what I expected. I'll have to look at that bit again, just to understand what's going on. Nope, not quite. The dev exit is a scam. It was real in an earlier version, but you had to re-up it. Okay, so... Yeah, because I was looking at the end there and seeing that, you know, you can take the ceiling quite far, but it doesn't actually get you down to the exit card. Okay. What is going on here? That no, I need to go ahead of everything and get under the bumper, and then jump up again once the... yeah, I need to get ahead of everything and jump back up. Yeah. And because getting squished against the bumper will just wreck everything. Nope. Oh, okay, that works. Don't know if I understand it well enough to do it twice, but... And then I need to get on top of the muncher and then wrap around, bounce on top of the ball, and get over to the exit pipe. Yeah, I don't know if I actually understood what I did to get past the blaster segment successfully that time, but it does involve getting squished, whoops, against the bumpers in some way. And probably just with the blaster push, actually. As long as I don't accidentally destroy the thwomp. Whoops. Just like that. Okay. Up we go. And yeah, getting ahead of that, I think actually works quite a bit better. We can even do it again. But no. Okay, that went fairly well, actually. Once we got all the initial thwomp killing sorted out. Get world record? Not on this run, we don't. I mean, the world record holder very clearly didn't do the true ending, so I achieved a greater accomplishment. With all respect to the speedrunners in the room. As I said previously, we did have last call, so I will be closing the queue as soon as I pull up at the next level, which is going to be the sub next from Supernova, and then we'll just go down next all the way to get through the rest of the list. So thank you to the patience of everybody staying. I know we just had a series of long levels, but we had a whole bunch of short ones that we blew through earlier, so... Yeah, once I have punched in this code... Supernova, yeah, you're here. Once we have punched in this code... yeah, sorry about Kerberos. Recently, the auto mod has been blocking all kinds of stuff. I think it's probably the FX9 in your code, because somebody had an issue with the FXG or something earlier. But basically, all kinds of random three-letter combinations that are in the Mario Maker codes lately have run into trouble with Twitch Automod. Like, they changed something that started blocking all kinds of junk. And I've had some people submit here who have run into that problems multiple times with multiple codes. And anyway, Kerberos, that is true. That is Small Jump Speed Run. We'll hopefully finish with that in good time. So, you're just going to send me Eli's code, okay? Supernova, do you have a particular recommendation, or should I just pick something? If you want me to just pick something, I'll go with the next on the list, which is Beat Block Barons. Unless you wanted me to do... no, there's no Super World, okay. So at this point, I will be closing the queue while we decide what we are actually going to play. And let me just take a moment to mark my stream title accordingly and make sure the bot display is going. I will probably just do Beat Block Barons. And like I said, I believe this is the last sub in queue, so after this we will just go straight down next. If I'm not mistaken. And Kerberos, you're saying I can pick what I want in your list? Yeah, we'll see how we're doing for time when we get to yours. And I completely expect that I should be able to get through everybody remaining in queue. I pretty much always do. So... Anyway, the beat blocks are too slow. Let's expect something quicker. Okay. We can do that. Yeah, I was trying to stall with wall jumps a little bit longer, but just didn't time that very well. Yeah, let's be a little bit careful there with swirling a little bit too late when I'm already pressed against a wall. That's okay, this is just all timing. Well, and spacing. I mean, you get a pretty clear audio cue to expect things, so... It's just a matter of deciding on my paths ahead of time and also finding opportunities to make corrections. You like the checkpoint under door aesthetic. Interesting. Yeah, because it looks like the door is just sitting on top of that. Whoops. Let's pay attention here. Okay. worked well enough. I'm going to grab a 1-up for Endless, apparently. Looks like it's going to be wall jumping here. And yeah, we just need to get in midair as the blue blocks are finishing up there. Okay. That's pretty manageable, actually. After some of the initial blundering in the first room, things are clearing up a bit. Yeah, going for this quickly is actually much safer. Instead of spending too much time dwelling and having to readjust with successive wall jumps. Wait this out slightly. Nope, going a little too fast there. An additional twirl would have done the trick, but also just a better timing going into that entire segment. Okay. Yeah, just need to go higher here. Whoops. Sliding down a little too low. Actually, I just need to enter that first red column later than I'm doing. I'm kind of jumping the gun on that. So we'll just make the necessary adjustments. A wall jump up, of course. Okay. Let us salvage that. The attempt was not looking very good for some time. And yeah, let's just wait this one out. No, that's not how that one is going to work. We should think about that. Yeah, I have to think about that timing once I get back to it. And just wait for this one. I feel like it should be a wall jump off the left side of blue block before it expires. That's a bit of a tight cage there with the blue blocks in terms of figuring out what my exit strategy is going to be. Whoops. Anyway. Up we go. And back down. But yeah, once I get stats sorted out, everything else here has been pretty manageable so far. Yeah, it's just bad timing. I'm just going much too early in general. If I just go slightly later, then I'm able to get up to the right side of that puncher column. And that's pretty much all there is to it. But my exit timing needs work on that little blue cage. Okay, so the spin jump off the wall caught me by surprise a little bit again, but I'm just sort of thinking in terms of the wall slide and the twirl at the same time. The timing does not add up the way I like. But yeah, I think I know how to approach that last segment here, so... There we go. Just needed to plan it out properly, and here's another checkpoint under the door. We can just drop into the blue blocks, in fact. That's the right idea, I just didn't execute it very well. Wasn't quite sure how far I would throw everything. But I pretty much got the right pattern down the first time, I just need to fix up my timings. There we go. Pretty straightforward. Another one up for Endless. Nope, not enough of a bounce there. We do need to wall jump off the left side. I think. Maybe. We will see. Okay. Fairly simple once you have read it once, so not really a cause for worry. Need to actually get those jumps from time to time, though. And up we go. Yeah, it's going to be a pretty comfortable throw as you are in the middle of the descent. Just missing the jump. Okay, this is going to go up. And that nearly ended in disaster, but we salvaged that in the most stylish fashion. Okay, let's do the wall jump. And not miss the door. There we go. Kind of wonder if I decided to just skip over the flag and get into the door, what happens. But I don't know if I could actually make that one tile slot. Definitely something to think about, if it were in fact reachable. Speaking of Lemmy's balls, you just made some lemonade and you're chugging it off the jug. Yeah, seems like that's exactly the sort of thing that Lemmy's balls would remind you of. Now, let's mark that as a win. Thank you for the Eli level submitted by proxy by Supernova. Let's see whatever's next. I believe it's next GM who is next. So you know it's May, and you know it's about to be the start of summer. Don't tell me that you sent me a winter level. A snowball fight in Australia. Yeah, we've actually played a lot of Christmas levels lately. Partly that's because I wasn't actually streaming over Christmas, and thank you for the lurk momentarily, Sane. But yeah, I was kind of on a break from Twitch for a number of reasons from October till February, so I missed a lot of content that came up in that time, including everybody's Christmas levels, so that's okay. I'm still catching up both here and, for that matter, in real life, I think. Mario wishes to see the great big Christmas tree. So does everyone else. I love how you uploaded this in May, though. I mean, it's not even like it's a Christmas level that was made last November or December and submitted to me months later. It's a Christmas level that you actually made last week. And yeah, Animoka, thanks for checking in. I'll be asking you to check in, of course, when your level does come up. But you're quite welcome to lurk in the meantime. I take long enough in new viewer levels that I absolutely expect people to just kind of come and go. And let's have a couple of snowball fights here on top of the Christmas trees. And yeah, we'll just wait this guy out. Let's push this. No, I'm not really in position to do that. Seems like it would be a fun one to play fast, actually, just to slide around everywhere and develop momentum over a lot of bounces. There are certain locations where it can feel like you're sniped out of nowhere by the ones on top of the trees, just from the way that the camera may not have scrolled up far enough at that point. But other than that... Okay, so no on-off switch yet. Eventually... Hey, watch this. Okay. Watch what? Okay, never mind that. I mean, I guess we could just climb up the vine. That would be an easier way to do things instead of trying to shell jump all day. Yeah, I guess the this is one massive tree, and so everything blue is just a decorative streamer, not some eventual on-off passage. Okay, Fireflower, we'll take it. And up we go. This is one very large tree. Seems like it would just be too much work to decorate. Star, okay. Yeah, I guess it's a star inside a star. Made up of coins. Absolutely gigantic tree. Anyway, very decorative series of snowball fights. Very much in season. XGM, you've only owned the game for about 8 weeks. You're doing pretty well. I mean, you're turning stuff out really quickly for somebody who has only owned it for 8 weeks. I hope you're aware that your profile does have a limit of 100 uploads. I mean, you can always start a second one, but just so you know, at this pace of development, you're going to crash against that really quickly. Anyway, thanks for the tree. And thanks for all the trees. GG's. You bought a family Switch account just for this, yeah. I can definitely see the case for doing that. Okay, Natcat, if you are here, yes you are. I have to scroll up quickly just to make sure I didn't miss much in chat other than all the lurking. Mang says Merry Christmas. Yeah, Merry Christmas to you too. Anyway, here is Flash and Dash Path. I've actually been meaning to play Pink Top Super World at some point. I haven't gotten around to it yet. I don't know if this will be part of the Super World, but if it is, we'll just have to repeat it eventually. But yeah, I know who Pink Triceratops is. I've barely played any of their stuff in Maker 2, though. Terrifying explosive chain reactions, 5 big coins, and a bonus challenge. Oh, I guess the bonus challenge is to collect the 5 big coins. Okay, we'll keep that in mind. But yeah, we might do Pink Top's World in one of the future streams at some point. Okay, so now we know what that does. Just thinking about that. Yeah, I see coins down here. I guess what it would be is... Let me think about it. It's something to do with the bomb and fire interactions, but then what's the release mechanism here? It would be... Looks like a bone shell, actually. Or... Well, I mean, I saw dry bones die down there. Oh, I see. This is one of the big coins that's the challenge to collect. Okay, should have kept that in mind. Bombs and note blocks, I think, is actually bone shell that triggers them. If it's something that's sort of been released under the lava. I'm surmising that partly because I used a very similar tech in my 4YM level. It became less of a presence as time went on, but initially it was mostly just an exercise of playing around with the hidden bone shell block activations. Okay, we just outran most of that, it seems. Big coin over here. And then it looks like the red pipe is for hard mode, so naturally we will be taking that. And let's grab some shrooms. Why not? Wow, the vibrations though, really. You get the screen shaking all over the place. Yeah, I'm thinking about the speed here, and I think it's something from each successive bomb trigger that's probably having the next one. I wonder if it has to do with the coins, actually. That's the coin bounce. Like, you would have one initial coin drop. I mean, it's something that a POW could do as well. Like, if you have a coin dropping on top of a note block, and the note block is kind of within range to do a bomb activation from below. Would that be within range, though? If it is a large bomb, then maybe. I'm just trying to see if that would be within range. Yeah, because then you have the bomb blow up trigger the next coin immediately, and then... So, yeah, because the way I'm seeing the coins here, they're lined up to do a coin drop, and you can see the way they bounce up as well, so... And of course, it's very well disguised because of the flash effect. So. And because of the screen shake just throwing me off, but... You don't think this is a part of the world? Yeah. Thanks for suggesting it anyway, Natcat. This is a pretty neat mechanic. Even if it is making me slightly dizzy. Whoop. And of course we'll be doing the hard mode room, for sure. I love how it's got the classic Bowser drop into the lava as well. Even before you hit the axe. Anyway, checkpoint for hard mode. Checkpoint also allows you to go back, but why would we possibly want to do that? Okay. Hope you folks are not too prone to motion sickness. It seems like the damage that I took there actually delayed me by just enough to make a difference. Let's Keep some of the jumps nice and low. I see, I am actually a bit slow there. I do need shorter jumps. Yeah, Merry Christmas, next GM. Thank you for the submission. Yeah, I need a shorter jump in general over the Spinies and just over the last Thwomp activation, I guess. That there is definitely some additional optimization I should be doing right after this guy. Yeah, because the Spinies are moving forward. Okay, so that time I had enough space to get the last jump, I just didn't jump early enough. Yeah, with the Spinies moving forward, just a tiny little jump there is actually enough to work with. And then we get a blue heart. Might be a Celeste thing, it might just be a blue heart for a boo. We got 4 pipes to work with here. Red pipe is what would match the exit, obviously. We'll check that last. You just noticed a spider on your desk. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how much of an arachnophobe you are in terms of being able to deal with that, but hopefully it's not just completely taking over. Anyway, Green Heroes, we'll keep that in mind. If the spider is over your keyboard or something and you're unable to check in for your level, send some other cry for help. Thank you for the GGs. You're scared of it jumping into lemonade. Yeah, that would be a waste of lemonade. Otherwise you find it cute, I see. So not too much of an arachnophobe then, just somebody who is protective of lemonade. Andy Mocha said they were lurking earlier. Andy Mocha, it would be nice if you checked in anyway, but so since you did signify a lurk, we could potentially just bring that in. And you are here, okay, great. I just check the current list and then we will proceed. Okay, we're actually getting through this quickly enough that today's stream is feeling pretty short. So possibly we can open for a bonus round at the very end, depending on how late we go with the last few levels. The other alternative, of course, is that if the last levels turn out to be difficult, we can take our time with them. So, yes, you were talking about this one. Mario has Vietnam War flashbacks, and the Vietnam War has alphas in it. Mario's having Vietnam War flashbacks. QND, we need to calm him down. I guess your name is kind of a pitchfork. It is a pitchfork, sort of, so. Oh, I see. If certain terms are censored. Okay, okay. I hadn't thought about that. So what's the part that's censored? Is it Vietnam or is it war? It's kind of interesting that I hadn't previously noticed that you can't name things after wars, perhaps, or you just can't name things after Vietnam. Anyway. 13-second record, so somebody loves the smell of napalm in the morning. Reach the goal after defeating all 4 piranha plants. So are we going to get something like a fire flower? For some of that special Agent Orange. Kind of neat to see this placement on top of the trees, by the way. This is a neat little bit of guerrilla warfare. Yeah, because of the way there is a block that's buried underneath the whole treetop here, in fact. That's kind of neat. I hadn't... Oh, I see. No, it's a platform. It's a semi-solid bounce platform, but deactivated. And those overlap with everything. They're one of the few things that do overlap very well all over 3D World. I hadn't seen them buried under trees before, but that's because, of course, the different styles in 3D World have quite a lot going on in terms of trees having different designs. Is that seriously it? Okay. I mean, I sort of remember the experience of Vietnam being maybe a little bit more protracted. Seemed like it took much longer to hold Saigon. On-off trampolines in a tree. Yes, that's exactly what I thought it was. Anyway, thanks for that. I quite like that idea, actually, of just having the off-bounce platforms buried in there. That's something that I think I actually hadn't seen, so full credit just for that. And yeah, Green Heroes, that I would expect in terms of which historical figures are going to be acceptable here. Piranha plants are supposed to be the Viet Cong, okay. Well, I mean, they're hiding in the trees, right? So, close enough. Anyway, that was a lot shorter than Apocalypse Now. So let's just see what's next. YWN 9MS MF. So yeah, for those who are still here, we're going through this so quickly that some likelihood we should be able to reopen for a bonus round of submissions, which I usually end up regretting when I let that extend the length of my stream for 2 hours or something. Rocket Jump Waltz from TF2, last tribute to Soldier's voice actor. Oh, who was Soldier's voice actor? It's been so long since I've actually played TF2, I have not been following any of this, but... Anyway, angels don't fly, they rocket jump. Got about a minute record and 5% clear rate, so let's see what this is all about. Reach the goal after grabbing at least 5 coins. And music's going to start playing. Very tempting to just jump into that first location, but... Okay. Oh, whoops, too slow to grab that one. I don't know if I would have a second chance to loop around. But... I'm probably just going too slowly in general. And yeah, you can come up through here. And yes, there is a reset door for anything that you fail to get. And we're going to get a Scrabble raid, in fact, from Nibu, or I guess Wabin backwards. Nice to see these Scrabble folks come in here. I know you were playing some kind of competition earlier, so I hope you had a good time with that. Folks coming in from the Scrabble side, I do also stream on Wiggles at least 1 day a week, usually. Trying to do more. But it's good to see you folks drop by. So, today just kind of doing the regular Mario Maker program. So yeah, I certainly hope the tiles were treating you well. And, whoops. Let's start this one over. Now, if I come up here, yep, there is something. There we go. So it is a level that you just kind of iterate through, I think, until you grab everything you're going for. You managed to win the last game by points. Oh, well, that's just a sign of either a good endgame or just something nice coming out of the bag at the end. But no, I think you need, you know, a decent endgame to seize those opportunities and not have them fall apart at the last moment. So, sounds like a bit of a thriller. I don't know if you've been playing just blitz times or more relaxed time controls, but either way, I'm sure it was quite a lot of excitement. Yeah, I think everybody, up until you get to the point of being in top levels, feels like you're making mistakes all the time. I certainly do, especially when I look at the analyzer afterwards and see all of the disconnected 9s and 10s that Wiggles was able to see and which I didn't. I mean, I guess those aren't really mistakes as such, but regrets. Okay, there we go, actually managing to speed my way through that quickly enough. Yeah, still losing a bit of time when doing some of those early segments, so let's try to jump a bit more accurately and shave some of the jump trajectories there, just to keep things under control. Kind of like this concept, though, of having a music level where you can jump around the entire architecture instead of having a strict separation of the musical content and the actual reversible part of the level. Okay, this guy over here is going to be something that takes a bit more work to get. But yeah, going up right away is going to sort out a lot of coins nice and early, so should go for that first whenever possible. Get out of there. And get ahead of the auto-scroll as best as I can to get up here. That's 3 coins, good. Lots of different reset doors. Yeah, because I feel like I'm still kind of in a bit of a discovery phase. You do not need the full SMP2 jump to get this guy. Let's not get squished, though. Probably need to run ahead and... yeah, top layer here, I think I've pretty much already traversed. So, right, okay, so we do need that one jumping over. No, don't need to take that, I don't think. Okay, so no, I do need the SMP2 jump over there. I don't know why I thought I didn't. Probably because I was jumping earlier before the flashing animation had actually begun. Yeah, there we go. And... yeah, sometimes you just need to estimate the most efficient jump height a little bit better, doing the short ones when that's what's most appropriate, just to save some time for the higher jumps. Okay. Same initial pattern of the first 3 that we were dealing with earlier. Neat little one-up location underneath that vine, but we will not be going for it yet. Okay, I do know the remaining locations, so let's just go for that. Let's try to get ahead as soon as I can. Okay, much better that time. And then, yeah, no, that's going to be in the middle segment. Yeah, this here. Just need to be a little bit faster there. But that will be the path I want, if I can remember it. Yeah, it definitely would be an interesting one to route through from a speedrun perspective. For those who wish to do it. Okay. Still a bit too slow here. That's okay, I know where I was losing time earlier on. You tested one up and it's possible to get them and get out of there if you're ahead enough, yeah. It did look like that, I mean... Not having mapped out what that one-up location looks like, though, I didn't think I was on pace at all when I was doing the top layer earlier. But yeah, you do kind of need to buy yourself a lot of time to go around and get stuff like this. No, not quite. I think maybe that's the wrong idea. I should run ahead and hug this as soon as possible and maybe jump around this way. Maybe. It's not quite clear to me yet what's going to be more effective. Given that by that time I'm losing quite a bit of distance relative to the screen position anyway. So... Okay, up we go. Nope, too late there. Yeah, that's not gonna quite go. Because even if I'm here when it's at the right side of the screen, I think that's still a bit too slow. I do need to drop in from above, I believe. So we'll just get back there until we map that out accurately. Just get ahead to the extent that I'm able. There we go. Just barely. Okay, through here, and then... oh, I see. So because it's a tribute to the voice actor. And a neat little hidden flag at the very end there, just on top of the... or underneath the Ethernote block. I mean, we know where the flagpole is going to be from having come across it before we hit the clear condition, but regardless... And yeah, I guess actually going to the tribute room would be optional because the flagpole would have been accessible. I didn't even pay attention to that because I thought we'd just spend the coins and grab the key door. So thank you for that. Let's mark that as a win, and let's bring up the one that is currently last in queue. Like I said, I think I will have time to reopen for more, so... Kerberos. 36. Okay, thank you for checking in. Let's pull up KJL FX9. And thank you for all the GGGs. Small jump speed run. 0.04%. Okay. You can't run in a speed run because, of course, it's water. It is going to be something 30 seconds long. Let me take a look at the clear check time. Clear check time is just going to be barely under 30. Okay. We'll see what this is all about. Given that it's 0.04%, I'm unlikely to really grind through it if I'm having a lot of trouble, but we'll at least try to see what we can about the design. Nope, no, not phallic at all. Wouldn't say so. You've got easier levels. Well, I mean, I don't mind doing the hard one. That's just that I'm unlikely to finish it. That's all. I absolutely don't mind seeing it. And it seems like a lot of the other streamers who have played it so far seem to be decently impressed. We could play it. But yeah, I may reopen for one more round from people who are here, but we'll see how this level is going, and I'll make that decision depending on how long we want to stay on this to just learn it initially. Reach the goal after hitting all 16 P-switches. Let's see how that's going to go. I see, so we just need to take this as a small jump speed run. And so there is going to be a little bit of precision requirement here as we try to tap the P-switches. And yeah, without hitting the one-tile spikes along the way. Wow, actually making contact with the P-switches seems a little bit tricky. Because falling into them will require me to adjust my position somehow. Okay, might... Yeah, one swim move so you don't bounce up. Right, because you would have the P-jump interaction except underwater. Yeah, and you have to avoid the temptation of double tap. Also, once Yoshi is sent down, Yoshi might be interesting here. I'm probably losing too much time just from doing the swimming to get into the initial position. And yeah, I can see that the low ceilings are there precisely to punish you for spamming. So it is a bit of a consistency level. The Yoshis are a distraction because they actually die at that point, I think. Or... Right, hence why they float all the way down. So yeah, it is going to be consistency based. A little bit of time pressure coming from the way that the Podoboos are going to ignite all of the bombs as well. So we'll see what we can do with this. So the record so far for me is something like 4, I think. And that would just be a quarter of the way. I'm just going to scout ahead. I know I need to hit all these switches, but I want to see. Ooh, I wonder if the coins are required. Because that would add a pretty serious precision requirement. As well, oh, bloopers would come down, and oddly enough, they do give you a bit of a safe position there, but then we would need to activate the other ace. Okay. Alright, might as well just scout ahead and see what we can. Before just grinding away at the piece, which is too much. Yeah. Yeah, getting into this one, of course, obviously I wasn't sure what the difficulty would be coming from. We'll say that generally I'm not that proficient with precision-oriented levels anyway, so... We'll see, I do want to kind of map this out a bit, but I may in fact take your suggestion to switch to something else. Because between the precision requirement and the time requirement, and the coin segment, it's quite a lot of stuff to juggle. But I can see why some people would have put in a lot of attempts on this on the way to trying to learn it. But yeah, the precision demand is pretty tight. Yeah, I'm just not much of a precision player at all, that's all. Not really my skill set. Whoops. That's okay, we'll try to learn some of this. I just want to scout ahead and see what the level design is going to be like. Yeah, as soon as you come down, you're going to have to deal with some blooper randomization as well, and the speed requirement. This would be already quite hard, even without the 30-second limitation, in fact. Let's just skip this for now. I just want to see the other interactions. So yeah, if you don't pull the camera up too high, then the bloopers don't completely crowd you. So that is a bit of a camera check in this location here, as long as we kind of stay into bridge position and things remain comparatively reasonable. So the idea would be that we'd bounce, 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 bounce. And then... yeah, I see what's happening in terms of the timing requirement imposed by the bomb, but you can also see if you hit the P-switches accurately, then maybe there is some time to spare. It's just that bouncing on top of the P-switches obviously introduces some lag time. That was not the case with swimming through directly. Yeah, you can really see that overlap on the hitbox there. Nope. Tap. And didn't even fall accurately onto the first one, so... yeah, we'll try to get at least a few consecutive bounces like I did previously. $16 of these, though, is going to be a fairly tall order, especially under this time limitation where... okay. I had a good pattern going here, but then... that's the new record then, going up to 9. That's not a bad run, actually. The way I was doing it was that I had a particular facing pattern where I would pull back on each successive bounce. Now, I'm slow enough going into the next segment that the bombs by that point have already ignited and sent the next set of P-switches up. That may be too slow already. But I'm glad we actually had one good solid run in there to show off what it's like to actually play this level. And even the coins got sorted out, in fact, so it was just managing to adjust to the next series of P-switches that was the source of difficulty here, and of course the time. Okay, didn't quite manage to get a rhythm down that time. There is a particular rhythm that makes this work. And we found that pocket last time, but this time not so much. Okay. Or adjustment that time. So we'll see what can be done here. Does feel like I'm going a bit slowly. Yeah, I gotta limit myself to the one blooper there. 6 seconds left at that stage. I feel like time is going to be a bit of trouble, but that was a new record in terms of actually hitting the switches, so that's definitely a personal best for sure. And far better than I expected to do from the early attempts. I think I was a little down on time, though, from how it felt. Although, after the bomb ignition, I guess I can't really beat the bomb ignition, but you do need to have the Ps come back down in order to hit them safely without bumping up against the ceiling, right? So maybe the time constraint there is something pretty controlled on the part of the level. So yeah, I'm glad we actually managed to get a proper run here. I mean, it's much more precision-oriented than what I usually play, for sure. But I'm definitely not a person who believes that you have to beat everything in order to enjoy it. Like, I think one thing that I repeat quite often on this stream is that one of the hardest things to do in Mario Maker is to make something that is fun even for the people who can't beat it. And you know, I don't know if I necessarily get that out of the spike hitbox dodging here, but once you get into the rhythm, it's kind of nice to keep that going. I can hit them in midair. Oh, for the ones that are launched by the bomb later. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I would get enough space to do that, but I guess we'll deal with that when we get back to it. Okay, not quite. Yeah, Mang, thank you for coming by. Okay. And the thing about the rhythm of the P timing is that you can kind of align it to the P-switch music as well. Like, if you get the first bounce, the positioning for the future ones feels a lot better for some reason. Yeah, you just don't jump on it if you're in a midair one. Yeah, that would be true. For sure. Okay. Not quite. Supernova, of course you all came to the right stream. When have I been in the wrong stream? Actually, there are a couple of level types for which this is definitely the wrong stream, but I guess we don't talk about those. And yeah, Cool Kid 989, I may in fact reopen briefly because I'm actually finishing the queue much earlier than I expected. So stay tuned, I will actually reopen now. I'm not going to advertise it as reopened. I'm just going to do a few attempts here while I give you folks a chance to punch in an additional code if you want a bonus round. Sometimes I reopen a little too much and end up staying an extra 2 hours or something, but that will hopefully not happen. I just am doing well enough in terms of clearing a lot of short levels earlier today that I am able to take at least a few more. Natcat, you want to add the 0.01 getting over it level? You can certainly try. I mean, like I said, no particular intention to clear that, but thank you for the follow. Again, for anybody new here, this is a regular block for viewer levels for me. This and the day before, so the Friday to Saturday and Saturday to Sunday streams, and then we do some other things during the week. Usually a mix of more Mario Maker and other Nintendo games, and also my Scrabble Club on Wednesdays. Whoops. And yeah, Cool Kid, thank you for submitting Stop Morton. We'll maybe take a look at that as our next thing here, once we put in a decent series of attempts. Okay. Yeah, that first one is a difficult landing. I don't feel like I have a good sense of how to do it consistently. I either just read the artwork accurately or I don't. But straightening out by facing left on the P-switch to cut some of that forward momentum does seem to help. And other than that is the timing of the P-switch jump as you bounce on top. That you kind of need to hit the bounce before you press the P-switch down too low. So if you hit the jump button once on those just early enough, then you bounce off before you compress the P-switch down to the spikes, and that's, I think, part of the trick even for the first jump is just to anticipate how the P-bounce is going to go. Okay, not quite. So yeah, I mean, that 12 out of 16 earlier was pretty tantalizing in terms of giving me a reason to stay on this a little bit longer and see if we can somehow magically match that. But we really do need to get back into the intended pattern here to try it. Nope, not quite. I can tell I'm a little bit off because I have a habit of starting to spam out of that. Disaster ensues from that point on. Okay. Just a moment, let's see how long I've been on this one for now, just so we know how we're doing. Okay, we've been on for about 15 minutes. We'll do a couple more attempts on this and try to get something good going, and then I will go on to the level that we saw from Cool Kid. But yeah, I wonder how far back behind on the timer I was in the one good attempt that we had, though. Because if it's kind of tuned around the expectation that you may need to hit some of the later P-switches in midair, then I'm definitely too slow. And I did see that the clear check time is within a second, so... yeah, once again, just missing the initial jump. Well, 12 out of 16 is not a bad personal best, though. Definitely something we can look back on with, if not pride, then something that begins with P. Okay. It does often feel like I'm just kind of re-rolling on the first bounce, though, until it goes. Given that I don't have the entry down very reliably. Okay, not quite, but... yeah, that kind of belly bump on the first switch where I feel like I'm slightly to the right actually does work. So one thing I'm trying to do here is listen to the audio cue and have a specific point in the P-switch music when I hit the next jump button. Because that's probably the best way to try to do it consistently in terms of timing. That the P-switch is going to reset the music every time, and so if you have a particular moment on the audio that you know is going to work, that's how you can get a couple of successive bounces. Natcat, thank you for the additional submission. I'll be reclosing pretty soon when I get out of this level. Natcat, if the Hairstylist Mario is the level by Persia, I actually have played it here before. I played it as the intro level a couple of weeks ago, I think. So you might want to replace it if that's the Persia Hairstylist Mario level. And given the Korean text, I assume it is Persia. So yeah, no, that's okay. Just go ahead and replace it with something else you want to suggest. That would have been a nice one to finish on if I hadn't played it before. And it's just a bit of a cute aesthetic concept level. Okay, we'll try to get at least one more decent attempt that at least lands first bounce, then we'll move on to the next level. Well, I mean, I got the first bounce, which does not make that a good attempt, but I think I know what the approach should be, though. Using the audio cues and just getting the first position down. Okay. Almost. I think we made a reasonable amount of progress, so. And considering that it was something precision that initially I thought I'd just make no headway on whatsoever, that actually did turn out to be fairly fun. So thank you for that, Kerberos. I will, at this point, be closing as soon as Natcat gets the replacement in. And yeah, I might push on this again at some point. I don't know if I'll ever grind at it enough to get clear, especially if I'm way behind on time with the route I was taking, but I'm glad we at least saw enough of it to learn how the first few segments would go. And again, as I was saying, I had no expectation that it would do as well as I did. Alright, going to reclose up. I don't want to push myself too late today. And let's take a look at the next level that is coming up. So, Cool Kid 989, if you would like to check in quickly, we'll get you in. Great. Yeah, you just caught me at a good time. I know I marked the stream as closed, but like I said, we were way ahead of schedule today, so. Stop Morton by taking over the Mushroom Kingdom. Seems like Morton is just guarding the axe. We might even just be able to skip over him at the end there, but we'll see. About a 2-minute record with 4 clears so far, about a 3%. Let's stop him. Okay, lava level here is just going to remain in place. Let's jump over. And up. Yep, just going to be a bit of a traditional castle layout. Podoboos are actually nice and visible in the way that they always were in classic Mario, which is great because I found that with a lot of Maker levels, sometimes things are just set up blindly and people try to compensate for setting it up blindly by putting in P-block markers or whatever for where every Podoboo is going to go, but it's kind of better when they're just designed to be visible in the first place, so that's kind of nice to see. And okay, going to obtain the Power of Fire, which will not be useful against Dry Bones at all, but here's a checkpoint that's just kind of dangling in the middle of nowhere. Naked checkpoint. Don't know what that's about. Look at that, it's just suspended. I mean, I guess it drops you into a safe location, that's the point here. Although it does look a little bare, I guess. Looks like the blaster pattern here is going to be partly sort of spawn position dependent. I feel like that's not the way you placed it in the editor, but it works. Oh, whoops. Well, that's that Potable interaction I was talking about. Being able to wall jump out of this is terribly stylish. Okay, these guys are just going to mill around here and give me the opportunity to get the equally suspended checkpoint 2. Are naked checkpoints new naked pipes? I don't know. I can't really keep up with fashion trends these days. Whoops. Should have paid attention here. I saw what was going on, I just didn't compensate for the double speed on the conveyor. Look at that, it's just dangling, and it's even dangling upside down. Whereas the previous one was pointed to the side. Okay. This is like a Waluigi checkpoint with the upside down L. Thank you for the follow. I think I just need to let Morton stomp on the switch enough until the spiny shell does its job. But in the meantime, I do need to avoid every single stun lock, because even a single stun lock is going to be death if I'm trapped on top of the conveyor belt. So yeah. Nope. Tried to jump and didn't go well with my landing timing. Morton is constrained in such a way that the ground stop will be almost instant. I'm not going to receive very much warning, just because he has no travel whatsoever before he hits the floor. So it's quite a few switch activations that we'll need to do here. Yeah. Gonna take some hits. Need to take fewer hits. That might be easier to dodge if I'm small, but need to hug the wall, really. Okay, now... Oh, okay, so you do need... yeah, there's no particular activation from the shell. I just need to hit him 3 times, so it's going to be a fairly long survival pattern. Especially if we take damage. But I think I get the idea. That's just sort of staying to the right and trying to hug the wall to avoid the stun lock. So you can get a bit of a wall slide. Something that will work. Except, of course, sometimes the timing isn't going to quite line up conveniently. And if it doesn't line up conveniently, I should wall jump out of that, perhaps. Or just twirl in place. Okay, that's going to be first hit. And yeah, I love how the fire from Morton's feet comes through the lower level. It blends in very seamlessly with his standard projectiles, in fact. And he's going to activate his fire rod. And... okay, nearly fell off. But yeah, avoiding the stun lock is priority number 1, obviously. We can do that and also just dodge as much as possible. It's going to be hit number 1 and preserving the mushroom out of that point. That's going to be the best we've done so far. Kind of a nice fight. Okay, that was pretty much unavoidable, I think. Just didn't have a very good position to deal with here. And the fact that he's taken additional hits does change up his pattern somewhat in terms of the projectile firing, so We just need to be aware of that. That he's going to just drop 3 projectiles at once now. So we nearly got there, just 2 stomps away from clearing the whole thing. Yeah, I don't know about requiring that many on-off interactions, but I do like the 3-hit structure of this fight, given that Morton will just kind of naturally escalate with his pattern as he gets hit a few times, so. Pretty good concept for the fight. Okay. Nope. Bad timing that time. I just didn't land quickly enough to get the next jump, so. Shouldn't get too much airtime. I do need to stay grounded as much as possible for the sake of preparedness against the stun lock. I don't want to be caught without the jump available. Okay. Need to watch the pattern here. Do some short jumps if necessary. Take advantage of the twirl. Whenever possible, whoops. Got caught out by the leftward momentum from the conveyor belt there, which was unfortunate. Okay. Yeah, just need to make sure we catch the change in his projectile firing pattern as we get into the first and second hit. Alright. That's going to be hit number 1. That's progress. And I missed a jump. Neat fight, though. Definitely a difficulty spike relative to the platforming earlier in the level. As in, with a boss of this difficulty, I would have expected the platforming earlier to be harder. In fact, so you have a bit of a smoother curve that prepares you for what kind of level it is. Not a big deal, though. Sometimes I think boss cheating would be hard to estimate. If you are very familiar with the boss mechanics yourself and are sending it to players who simply are not, in terms of understanding the best method or approach to take into this thing. Okay, still retaining the Fire Flower up to this point. That's great news as long as we don't get caught by even a single stun lock. That was close. Nearly landed a little bit too early. Okay, doing well so far. Surprisingly well, in fact. One more to go, and that should do it. And the fact that I'm able to take damage means that I was able to just take a hit in the absolute worst case. And let's drop him. With that bit of a Bowser-like interaction at the very end. But yeah, thank you, Cool Kid, for the level. Very nice boss fight. Really nice, just the right amount of spacing to feel like I had a chance to do it perfectly. Even if I did occasionally get caught in some positions where I had no real choice. So, it looks very claustrophobic, but I think it wound up working out. And like I said, the blending between Morton's ground stomp projectiles and his standard projectiles from the scepter actually managed to work out pretty nicely. So let's mark that as a win, and Kerberos, congratulations on snagging the world record on that one. Snot Martin by. Let me check that supernova. No, I think we took over the Mushroom Kingdom just fine. Usurped the throne. So, let's take a look at what Netcat has suggested this time after a couple of replacements. Okay. Netcat always has a ton of suggestions ready. Anyway, here's a level by Kaito. I have played something by Kaito before. Some things. But not this one, clearly. This first anniversary level from last June. Celebrating 1 year of SMM2. Here's Stonefall Swamp. Okay. And there's the Stonefall in Stonefall Swamp. Oddly reminiscent of the Thwomp and Chomp Stump falling that we saw in somebody's level earlier today. Whoops. Okay. Back up we go. Couple of piranha plants here just to constrain space and mandate that I fall in gently. Oh, I should have hit that brick. Just in case it spawns something with wings. Or gave me a key, perhaps. Okay, let's ride this out. And that's going to be checkpoint. Okay, Thwomp goes down. And we go up after this little wrap. And gonna get a nice bounce off of here, followed by a cling. Very clingy. Nice, really do like how that is built to look like this continuous organism that is green apart from the bit with the thwomps. Seems like I might have gotten onto that falling platform too early, in fact. I did feel like that was in a bit of a low position relative to the thwomp. But that's probably something timing-wise that I can clean up. Sort of interesting that the thwomp is set up in such a way that it is just sent down immediately. Yeah, definitely thinking about how the thwomp setup is working here, given that I'm nowhere close to it, so I would assume that... Well, let's see. It's also not doing the thwomp stomp, though, so... Anyway, thwomps go down, whoops. And we go up too high. So yeah, you can see all the chomps dying up above just for the sake of these stump setups. Yeah, it clearly is the downward motion of the thwomp when it is activated, so I wonder if I'm just activating it within range and it's getting pushed into position or something. Maybe there's something obvious I'm missing about it. Because the thwomps are doing their angry thomping, it's just that they have the parachutes on to slow them down. So the question is, what was the activation? Looks like this is probably from that block that we saw earlier. I'm going to try it. It is also from before the checkpoint, so we'll just have to try this from start so I can try to see the bonus objective. So let's go back and take a look. We've got plenty of time. But yeah, I think I know exactly what was going on is from that brick that I had noticed but failed to tap. Much earlier in the level. Pretty confident that that's what it's going to be right here. And yeah, we'll just jump our way across, and then we do have to survive without resetting at checkpoint, so might as well skip this thing. Guess for simplicity. Always like it when true endings do require you to play the whole thing. Okay. Yeah, once again, these green-bodied organisms using both the piranha plants and the Pokies to create that effect visually. Very pleasing to look at. Okay, this is going to be fairly relaxed. And then we hit the key door. And let's see what this is all about. Oh look, it's a birthday cake. First birthday. And sure, we'll grab the Super Ball as well. Let's see, why not? Yeah, a little bit of a baby cake for Maker 2. With that Super Ball music to conclude the show. Conclude the level, I should say, not the show yet, because we do have one more level to go. 1YMMSMM2, or something to that effect. Like first anniversary gets the point across just fine. So yeah, we'll mark that one as complete, and we will, lastly, I think, take a look at Supernova's rather recognizable Maker ID because it begins with GTQ. And yeah, we'll pick something, and that will be our closer for today. Supernova racking up those likes very rapidly, just within the last month or so. You want to see if you have any good levels left. If you don't, we'll just have to play something not as good. We can do Midnight Midairs. Or Desert Donuts of Doom. I don't mind the low clear rates on this. We're just going to be closing the stream with one of these anyway, so we can stay a bit longer on them. I don't know if you have a particular recommendation between these two, but we can do one of them. And yeah, it would make sense to do this now, actually, since it is the last one in the stream. Whereas if it was earlier, I might not have committed as much to sticking to it, so let's just take a look. Don't be intimidated, low gravity makes these midairs free and cool. If I played your YMM2, what is your YMM2? Yeah, you sent it to me a little while ago. I remember playing that on stream, in fact. This one is hard. Yeah, it looks hard. I might as well take a look. I might not clear it, but we might as well satisfy some curiosity here. So these scary midairs. Whoops, let's not do that. I do need to grab the POW when I'm hugging the pipe on the right side so that we land on the skull. And then I need to toss... and that's okay, because if I maintain jump momentum, I should be able to fall into it. Let's actually jump off the skull platform, though. Yeah, because if I'm throwing it as I'm going upwards, then I should be able to get on top of it and then ride it out and get the next jump after that. Thanks to the gravity mechanics. Okay, like that. That's checkpoint. And then we pick up the stump and do something very similar. Except I think I need to maybe do the SMB2 high jump? No, I'm in low gravity. I shouldn't need to, I don't think. Take that. And that. Yeah, we can get over that. I just need a better jump arc. This is your only Kaizo level. Well, luckily, the mid-airs do have the low gravity crutch that you're telling us about. And yeah, I'm able to just dash off of that slightly and jump over, and it looks like the munchers will bounce to stump in such a way that I can land on top of the same stump afterwards. Okay, just need to get over that. Oops. Not quite the throw I want. Yeah, given how well the sort of tutorial segment prior to checkpoint worked, though, I think it's doable. I think I need to clean up a few messes here and there, but that the technical requirement does not actually seem that steep so far. So far. Need to, of course, get a bit of dashing momentum from time to time. Okay. Here we go. And yeah, it got on top of us slightly, but just missed a jump. When you get tugged on the surface of the stump, you have a very small timing window to be reacting. So that's something I need to keep in mind. Oh, let up a bit too much. Might not have been the ideal throw timing either. As I always say, I'm not that great at reading markers, or throwing on target relative to the marker. Once again, got tugged a little bit forward and just fell right off. So yeah, need to react very quickly to when that next jump is going to happen. Not a great jump arc, given that we haven't quite ascended the coins as well. So yeah, for those unaware, Supernova has been pointing out to me lately that apparently one of the phrases, one of the turns of phrase that Supernova associates with my stream in particular is that I talk about the player's trajectory as a jump arc, which I always thought was just a natural thing to say. I mean, I didn't think it was a particularly distinct term. But apparently Supernova regards it as such, so we'll just dispense that profusely. Oops. No, way too early. That's okay, we just really need to get that second jump when we get tugged forward to build up momentum a bit. There we go. And then we fall back into this guy. And then fall on top of the blooper, pick it up, and then take it up to the second shelf for a throw. You've never heard it anywhere else? Well, yeah, but what else would you call it? From a platformer perspective. Whoops. congratulations, Kerberos, on the new world record on the Falling Swamp level. Glad you enjoyed it enough to push at it. Considering that it was something quite popular, I mean, you must be quite the speed demon. And yeah, have some flexibility to get the second bounce here. Oh, pulled back a little bit too much, and if it were not for that, I could have made it to the exit pipe. Yeah, but Supernova, when I'm talking about a jump arc, I'm not just talking about the jump as a jump, right? Like, I'm talking specifically about like how you're falling out of it and adjusting your position, what the trajectory is going to be, and so I think it doesn't quite suffice to just talk about a jump. Whoops. Okay. Let's head up here. And not quite managing to do that just yet. It is a good term, of course it is. If it weren't, I wouldn't use it. Okay. It's very useful. There's a lot of stuff that I think falls in the category of very common platforming concepts that are important to communicate, and which still don't really have a lot of standard lingo attached to them. One thing I had pointed out before, for instance, is that the way we talk about soft locks or SD locks, for instance, is something that's kind of specific to Mario Maker. Or only kind of gain currency with respect to Mario Maker. That's, like, I've heard the term soft lock applied to something completely different from what we associate it with here in this game. And yeah, stuff like SD locks, for instance, don't seem to be very standard terminology either, in spite of the fact that there's a very clear concept that is being described there, and that doesn't just apply to Mario Maker, but refer to a lot of game design principles on a whole. Oops. And okay. Yeah, I don't know what other terminology you've just picked up from here. Because, like I said, I don't really think of a lot of that as specific to my stream. But the only one I'll really take credit for is Mang Bounce. Because that's, again, a very clear concept that's being described. That, you know, if you've ever played Mang levels, you know exactly what I mean by Mang Bounce. Whoops. Okay, that almost was a salvage, but not quite over that. Ooh, stack shaped like an L for Luigi. And this level is your equivalent of Mang's Space Bunny. Yeah, lots of forward momentum all over the place here. I'm trying to remember if I would have played that one. I might not have. Because there's a big chunk of Mang levels that I did miss. Especially from, I would say, maybe late 2019 to early 2010. Whoops. because it took me a while to catch on to doing a lot of curated maker streams or specific catch-ups on makers as lists on stream. I mean, I kind of started doing them as an occasional thing last year as, you know, backlog streams that I typically do during this time slot, in fact, in the Saturday to Sunday slot. Formerly, last year, that's what I was using for backlog. I think it actually works better to use this slot for viewer levels, so I swapped that around. And back then, the backlog streams were not particularly thematic or organized. They were just, I have a backlog and I'll play it. 2020, not 2010. Did I say 2010? Okay. How time flies. Yeah, 2020, 2019. One of the two, I mean. Here we go. Okay, that's going to go a lot better until, of course, I over-adjust into the lending. Okay, up we go. And not quite, a little bit early on this row still. One thing I don't always know when it comes to throwing markers, and because I think it differs slightly between different makers, is when I see a throwing marker, I'm never quite sure if it's referring to the object or to my position or to a mix of the two. With a stump, of course, the stump is just going to be over top of me. With something like shell, the shell is going to be to my side, and so sometimes it takes a bit of trial and error even with the markers to sort of understand whether I'm being told to track the object position or my position. And I don't think there is a consistent answer to that. It's like it's often consistent within a single maker's portfolio. But people treat that differently because not everybody is using the markers in the same way, and there's only going to be so much precision you can get out of them since they are still confined to the grid. And that also is track markers. They're not going to give you half-tile placements, for instance. Okay, we need a bit more verticality there. I think that tells me that the throw is actually coming late. So. Or that my angle going into that was not great to begin with. Okay. Nope. Too early a throw. You were a Wii Supernova back in 2010. I mean, that was the Wii generation, so that isn't necessarily surprising. Okay. Down we go. You actually have a good sense of what your first platformer game would have been, or even a first video game, but platformers specifically. I always find it interesting to see how people started out if they get into Mario Maker, since, as I often say, Mario Maker is such a cross-generational thing, with people having all kinds of entry points into this style of play. In SMB Wii, yeah, it seems like that's understandably the starting point for a lot of people. And okay. Still the best 2D Mario finale, I think. There hasn't been a Bowser finale quite as good elsewhere in the series. Yeah, I remember thinking, I mean, I love a lot of stuff about NSMBU, but definitely the finale next to NSMB Wii was a bit of a letdown. And yeah, of course, the way that NSMB Wii introduced co-op was a pretty big deal. That was, I felt, its major contribution to the series, despite being one that a lot of people wouldn't have had the opportunity to experience. Because, you know, I mean, the NSMB series, I think, often gets a lot of criticism for feeling pretty incremental. But it's hard to feel that way about NSMB Wii if you played it in co-op at all and realize what a big jump in design it represented. Whoops. Got ahead of that slightly. You just need to land firmly and confidently on top of that POW and not do too much adjustment. Because that's just going to lead to trouble. Yeah, at some point I still have to play the newer SMB hack for NSMB Wii. But my understanding is that the team for that was working on a big revision anyway that would be released to be a bit more friendly with people who are playing on Dolphin Emulator or wherever. But I know they were working on some kind of big revision past last year. It's just that it's taken them years to get this together, and quite possibly I shouldn't wait. I should just jump on newer in its current form if I can. Yeah, the Wii in general had a pretty interesting hacking scene attached to it, just with the unfortunate side effect that I think one of the reasons that save files are so locked down these days is because they were kind of an attack vector for game hacking. Which I think is too bad, because I find that the way that save files are handled has only really gone downhill since the Wii. The Wii basically got it right in terms of the transferability of individual game save blocks between the SD card and the system itself, and just the way that, you know, you could even just download save files from the internet or upload your own if you needed to do any emergency replacements. So, for example, with Metroid Prime 3, if you actually want to go for a true 100% in terms of the collectibles inside the game, I think you actually do these days need to grab a save file off the internet, because part of those collectibles were dependent on online services that no longer exist, like a friend connectivity feature that was present in the original release. Just as one example. Anyway, up we go. Not a very important collectible or anything, but... okay, I was not expecting that throw to go quite that fast, so... didn't have a chance of catching it. Yeah, it seems like getting myself in position relative to the stump is still a bit of a challenge. I should find a more systematic way to adjust my positioning to make that happen. Oops. And yeah, because I do want it to bump onto munchers instead of just flying all the way over. That was the issue last time, was that it did not get the muncher bump to slow it down. But yeah, a single bump at the end of that muncher row should be enough to work with in terms of getting me in position for all this stuff here. And, oh, missing the jump because I was slipping off the edge at the end there, so. Kerberos got to CP1 in this level, you mean? Yeah, I found the path to CP1 rather smooth, but it is one where you need to learn the interaction and just get a sense of how it's going to go. I've been having a lot more trouble since then, obviously, just with some of the throw timings here. Nope, too short. And yeah, it's a great part. I'm just slipping off at the last POW in that final ride. Yeah, didn't quite like that release there, but no, we got it. It's just that it didn't really take me far enough. So your throw does need to be pretty exact to not only let you ride your way out, but give you a decent position to get into the next part after the yellow pipe, so. Okay, over here. And yeah, threw that clean over. Threw it too high, I guess. Which also means I threw it too late. Yeah, so I think I should be watching the stump when it's in the middle of the throw marker. There we go. Obviously we are going to check this stuff up here. Oh, maybe not. Anyway, checkpoint 2 at long last. Let's just jump right over this guy. And lose. Anyway, same kind of interactions coming after CP2. Yeah, develop a bit of acceleration there too. Ride this out. Oh, not quite. I think I'm supposed to ride the POW and then pick it up going into the next part. I need to throw and then I need to retrieve it. And then I need to jump up into the next skull after that. So yeah, if I'm accurate enough in terms of riding the POW itself without too much adjustment, this isn't too bad. Nope. That was too bad. Okay. Alright, that's good for a while until it didn't. Up we go. Yeah, threw that way too high. So yeah, the object should be centered in the throw marker. That seems to be something that works fairly consistently, and so we'll just kind of take that as what this level wants to do. Jumped a little bit late out of that. I'm just going to scout ahead here. Not very far ahead by the looks of it. Looks like it's going to be a Buzzy pickup on top of the skull once it goes to the other side, so... Nope, just missed the input. Partly from slipping around on the edge. So I was a little bit off-center on top of the POW. Yeah, that almost looked like it was going terribly because I was picking up the POW a little bit off-center and had to drift into the blue skull. And it almost looked like I was going to recover from that, but we will need to clean that up. Okay, up we go. And whoop, nope, slipped off again. Okay. Alright, down here, I probably shouldn't have done that much jumping. I should have fallen off immediately, I think. Because I just lose too much time from the jump. Supernova, the thing you were saying earlier that you didn't even know that was possible, what were you referring to again? I think I just missed that thread of conversation. So I'm trying to remember, it was something before... whoops. Something before this checkpoint. Overshooting the bunch of platform. Oh, with the throw, you mean, yeah. Kind of depends your angle, on your angle going into the throw, I think. But... I mean, I guess that's something that has finally been revealed about this. Okay. Nope. Still trailing the POW a little far behind, and that is going to affect my ability to get the next jump, which has already historically been a little bit late. Hey, nope. Overshooting. But yeah, slipping off like that is best. And then you grab that, this goes down, you jump up, and then you toss the shell. And then I get on top of the floating stump, I think, after the shell toss. Maybe. That stump coming down the parachute. I don't really know what that's doing for me yet, but I would assume that the swaying motion on the parachute is going to threaten to cause all kinds of trouble. And we'll just have to see what kind of trouble when we get to it. Okay, pull back a bit. Nope. I have to account for the way these skulls are going to drag me here. I do still think slipping off the skulls is probably still supposed to be the right idea, rather than losing time with a jump. Whoops. Okay, up we go. And back down. Okay, great. Actually made it here with SMB2 for once in my life. And then I'm supposed to land on this, yeah. Because then I get on top of the stump. And then we have another series of interactions here that I have not actually scouted out yet. So, but which probably has to do with a stump pickup, if I were to guess. Nope. So, quite some distance to go as we try to close out this segment. But we'll get back to it, and with any luck, we'll sort this out before too long, so. Not quite. Yeah, you go down, you come up, you drop the shell, and then land on top of the shell. Get up above the stump. You take the stump and pick it up while it's floating on top of the shell. So you've got the stump in hand while riding the shell, and then you take it to the next segment after the on-off switch activation, I think. We'll have to see, because there was this interesting path that was being created by the state blocks there. And what to do with that path, I still don't know, but we haven't gotten a good look at it just yet, so I'm sure that's something we'll learn in due course. Okay. Down we go. Oops, bumped my head. Yeah, really interesting that difference in logic between the skull platforms and snake blocks in terms of one actually tugging objects on board, tugging the player on board, and the other one not so much, but I guess that's partly to replicate the behavior of some of the original games. Even if the snake blocks don't operate quite the same way. Okay. Not quite. Alright, up we go. I remember the skull platforms being one of the first things I played with back in Maker 1, in fact. And specifically the fact that you could use them to load and unload enemies and move them between locations. I just remember in week 1 of Maker 1 just being very excited to play with that stuff. And then now, you know, basic technique like that is just so standard. We just expect to know it out of the box. But I think that initial phase of exploring Maker 1 for the first time and seeing a lot of engine interactions for the first time was really one of the great experiences of a discovery in video games that, you know, we get that with Maker 2 as well at launch, but perhaps not quite in the same way. Nope, just going to miss that completely. And yeah, we take the stump, and then once the on-off switches are released, that allows the Buzzy shell to proceed forward. So at that time, we should be on top of the shell, but holding the stump, and then using the shell momentum to propel ourselves forward. I think at this point, the interaction is fairly clear, as long as we just don't bump our heads on the pipe on the way up. So back down we go. Okay. Nope. We're just committed to tugging my way to the left. That was not really a good adjustment there. Yeah, I do occasionally have an issue with just over-adjusting at the last minute. Because that's how I've always played Mario. Nope, miss. It's not a good throw location there that time. And Kerberos has finished this ahead of me, so congratulations, Kerberos. Whoops. So yeah, we're getting there. Just a few things to sort out along the way. Okay, tug to the left here. And... okay. Not quite, but you see how that's supposed to go. Oh, interesting that there's going to be that throw left. I wonder what that's all about. There's some other object pickup that we haven't seen yet for the leftward throw. Okay, pick this up. Nope, not quite. Yeah, like I was saying, it's kind of nice to put this level in as the closer, given that I have a bit more flexibility to work through this without quite the same time pressure of having lots remaining in queue. Not quite. Let up on a jump a little too soon. Still kind of unsure what that left throw in that location is all about. Possibly some kind of maneuver that takes that stump back to the left. But I haven't gotten a very good look at that last screen just yet, so we'll just have to get that landing on top of the stump cleaned up and just read the rest of the level. Okay, up we go. Nope. Once again, I really can't afford to do any adjustment there. I just need to commit to going left. Actually, it's not even the adjustment, it's that I'm expecting to fall off the platform at that point, so I'm already trying to bend to the right to get the landing. But I'm doing that too soon, and so it's registering as a turn to the right when I'm still on top of the platform, and that is what is getting me into all kinds of trouble. So down with the POW. Up with the POW. Yeah, I just need to fall off that accurately first. Over here. Ride this down. Grab this. Yeah, not a good jump on top of the Buzzy. And then, what does this do? Ah, yeah, okay, so I need to grab the stump again. Ride that to the left, and then that's what the leftward throw is going to be. There's a bit of a turnaround maneuver there. To make sure you know how to do this. Going right to left as well as left to right. Which then raises the question of where the exit is going to be placed. And that is something I'll have to keep my eyes peeled for. Whoops. Okay, here we go. Nope. So yeah, just going to push through this gradually. Grab that. And all the way up we go. Nope, just didn't have the right momentum there. Okay, let's tap this. Grab that. Some of this is feeling more consistent. Down we go. And then the bomb timing is going to allow me to sort this out. Okay, no, I needed to ride that and then do the pickup before I run into the Piranha Wall on the right. So we're almost there. But missing a final ingredient. So yeah, just slight adjustments that need to be made as we try to finish this up. Up we go. And this goes down. This goes up. Get some forward momentum to... Whoops. Nope, still not a great throw. Yeah, because I guess the on-off interaction is going to drop that whole boost stack, and perhaps there is an exit door or something that is covering up. Or something to that effect. Clearly, the on-off switch and the state block, the red state block that is holding up that last boost stack, are going to be relevant as we do the right to left turnaround with the stump. Yeah, we hang on to that stump for quite a long time, in fact. From the end of this buzzy segment, and this basically takes me through the rest of the level. Nope, missing the jump there because once again I was slipping off the edge. That off switch all the way to the right, that's an interesting placement. Wonder what's going on with that. Yeah, once again, just recentering myself on top of my landing location is going to be a repeated issue here, whether it's on top of a POW or on top of a stump. Just enough room to make a bit of correction sometimes, though. Still bumping my head. I think sometimes when I think of the buzzer blades as being the central column, it's very easy to develop a blind spot for the bottom right corner of that yellow pipe. Anyway, here we go. Okay, didn't like that throw at all. I did that a little bit late, and you can see that it was late enough horizontally that the stump completely missed. Was not able to continue from that position anyway, so even if I had gotten on board that thing, that would not have done it. So yeah, we'll just continue to push through it. See what we can make happen. Nope. Still don't quite have this together, but we'll get it, I'm sure. things are close enough here. As you can see, even if the stump pickup is way off, there's plenty of room to fall into the correct position, at least with that one. Don't know if that's going to be true of the stump pickup at the very end. Nope. Yeah, so a lot of it is still throw timing. If the throw timing is off, then not much you can do about that, really. And slipping over that. Yeah, no, I'm pretty comfortable with this. I mean, lots of mistakes here to fix, but it's not like anything is technically beyond my reach or anything. And it's a fun interaction. It's just one where with the throws sometimes, even with markers, they can require a bit of adjustment. As you can see, I'm still slipping off the right side of that stump pretty much every time, and there isn't that much room for adjustments here like there was on the cow throws earlier. And because I'm kind of getting pushed off the edge of that stump, it does mean that I have a fair bit of trouble actually getting a jump while I'm there, so. Okay, there we go. There we are. Oh, nope. That last jump was not correct. So interesting that there's going to be a stump throw in that location, and then that will apparently get me across to Munchers. Nope. And I wonder if it's that there's going to be some kind of power interaction that will allow me to enter one of the Muncher block pipes. But we'll figure out soon enough if that's going to be the case. I'm reading this here, and I actually have not been that attentive to where the exit will be. Nope, much too late. Probably should have had a coin trail there. Oh, I don't think the coin trail is necessarily the issue. I think the indication is fine. It's just that, you know, apart from the usual issues I have with understanding how to center myself around a throw marker. Okay. Thought that jump was going to be okay for a moment, despite all the issues I was having with it. Turns out, not quite. Nope. Oh, that's okay, we'll just go here. So is this one your one with the lowest clear rate then, relative to your levels with a 0.6 something? Because you were saying that this is your only Kaizo creation. And yeah, needed to do this one eventually, is it? Yeah, it feels pretty reasonable to me. Need to clean up a lot of timings along the way. Up we go. And forward. Nope, once again, just instinctively did a second jump. Yeah, sometimes I really do overcorrect. And it pays to do the pickup nice and early, because I have plenty of room to adjust my descent in low gravity. What I don't want to have happen is pick up too late and run into the piranhas on the right side wall. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Once again, got pushed a little too far to the right. Yeah, that's turned out to be a repeated issue. We'll just have to keep it in mind. But yeah, the signaling here of what to do is never really the issue. Apart from not knowing where the exit is yet, of course. That's because I haven't gotten far enough to see that clarified. Like whether it's one of these red pipes or something else. Okay, no. Facing left a little too hard into the pickup there. I was still kind of scrambling about to adjust my position on top of the stump at the time I did the pickup, and so that came way too early. And as you can see, as soon as I did the pickup, I headed further left, which was the opposite of what I wanted to do. Okay. We'll get this sorted out pretty soon, I think. And closer to doing what I'm attempting. Okay, down we go. Now let's not panic as we land here. Yeah, it's kind of true that the landing point is something that is a bit hard to spot because of its proximity to the throw marker. It's very easy to just read the throw marker as a landing point by mistake. Whoops. And speed record 113, wow. And see that Kerberos has been working on pushing that. Okay. I think down here. And okay, that's going to miss completely. That just went too far. Nope. Okay, back up we go. Yep, lots of forward momentum to work with here. And all the way back down. Okay, that's going to take me forward. Let's see how the throw goes this time. So, how is that supposed to do anything here? I don't quite see it. Because if the intention is that the stump lands on top of one of the muncher stacks, what does that even do? It allows me to jump over the second blue column that is spawning on top of the blue estate block. Oh, whoops. 115 so far. Well, congratulations. I mean, it does make the speed record look rather tight if you're still 2 seconds off. Okay. And up we go. Yeah, timing here did not feel great. A bit of catch up at the end, and that did not go. Yeah, beginning to think it is going to be some kind of power interaction that peels off some munchers off of a particular entry pipe. That's going to be the exit. But we'll see. Actually need to do the right to left interaction correctly first. Okay, everything going well here for once. And there we go. And yeah, I guess it's a bit of an SMP2 gate at the very end to make sure you can get through that stump. And you know what? I'm going to check every pipe. Except for the one we came in. Aha, okay, so here's how we get up to the flag. That's not how we get up to the flag. You know what? We can reset that. Assuming the on-off state is still active. Okay, good. Let's try it again. And up we go. And, okay. Don't really mind the overshooting. We can just bounce the top like that. And hit the top of the flagpole, and that's going to be it. So yeah, just a few specific adjustments that we needed to make that happen. For our 38-minute time past checkpoint 1. I guess checkpoint 1 was barely any time at all, so this was a fairly accurate representation of what we did to push through that in the end, so. Anyway, thank you so much for the level. Glad we managed to get that one ticked off the list. And Kerberos, glad you've been enjoying it as well, and that it's always kind of nice when people are playing each other's levels, cracking some speed records, beating me to first clears, doing all kinds of things to just enjoy the very high quality of content that we do tend to get on this stream, so. That is going to be all for today. And we'll be scanning around to look for a raid in just a moment, but in the meantime, so the standard viewer level schedule should be continuing apace with the weekend streams. Usually I do things like Mario Maker puzzles and Super Worlds and other curated content throughout the week. We might do something different this week, but I haven't quite finalized that yet. And we'll set some of that up and announce it on the Discord with some advance notice. But in the meantime, yeah, Supernova, if I can beat that, I can beat anything you upload. Okay, that's good to know. That we're not going to be stuck on something like a shell level for multiple weeks the way we did with certain other makers who have otherwise exhausted their lists. So anyway, thank you so much for watching. Thank you especially to everybody who submitted earlier, as well as the Scrabble raid that we saw earlier from Nibu. And we'll send you on to somebody else in just a moment, but for the time being, have a good night, or a good morning, or a good day in general, a good week in the days ahead. And you all take care. Very well.